real. Like, listen, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have banned was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand.
You gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
To recognize the past transatlantic slave trade as a crime against humanity and the need for reparations for African nations. A resolution on the matter was introduced on Wednesday at the General Assembly in New York. It received 123 votes in favor, 3 votes against. They were Argentina, Israel, and the United States, while 52 countries, mostly European, including the UK, Portugal, and Spain, all abstained. This is when the vote actually took place.
Resolution A/80/L48 entitled Declaration of the Trafficking of Enslaved Africans and Racialized Chattel Enslavement of Africans as the gravest crime against humanity. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
No.
The result of the vote. The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 123, against 3, abstentions 52. Therefore, draft resolution A/80/L48 is adopted.
Folks, as we said, the 3 countries that actually voted against this resolution were the United States, Argentina, and Israel. The countries that actually abstained from the vote: Albania, Andorra, Armenia, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Cambodia, Canada, Croatia, Cyprus.
Yeah, he's going to go through a whole litany of 52 countries that abstained from this vote. Sorry, my voice is a little hoarse. Welcome to Stanley versus the World, folks. Won't be a terribly long show tonight because I got to get on the road heading back home tomorrow. But I figured, I have some time, so I might as well take a look at a couple things. 2 things about this vote. Actually, there are a bunch of things, but I'm not going to bore everyone with getting knee deep into it. But number one, a lot of the reason this vote even took place probably is because the United States is not very well thought of currently. So, this is actually, in my opinion, more a tweak of the nose just to irritate some folks. Trump and his administration. However, some of the people who in the news who've just been castigating the United Nations for even taking this vote, this everybody had slavery sort of attitude. It's just wrongheaded. People don't seem to realize, and I'm, again, in the middle of a book that's tangentially about the triangle slave trade. People don't realize how devastating that 400-year process was. It was horrific. And it literally went from the 15th century, it's close to 400 years, from the 15th century to basically later, almost to the 19th century. Well, I'm sorry, to the 20th century. So I think Brazil was the very last to get rid of slavery. They're not just looking at the United States. Okay, this is the triangle slave trade that they are talking about, not just US slavery. And all the European nations took place. Portugal was first, Spain was second, the Netherlands were like third. The British, believe it or not, were kind of the last to get in on the game. But it's like I said, the triangle slave trade was basically a something that Western civilization participated in. It wasn't just the United States or even Britain. So I figure we'll look at a little bit of this just because I'm curious, because I knew about it, but I didn't really get into it that much. And then I see Roland Martin has something to say. So it ought to be good for a couple laughs. Oh, and by the way, everybody, as you come in, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please feel free to subscribe. We've actually had a few subscribers over the last week. We're up to 326, I think I saw. So, it's creeping up there slowly but surely. So also, Sovereign Beer Fund is open, even though I won't be partaking. I got to get to sleep fairly early. But, we do other things like newspaper subscriptions. And so happens my yearly subscription, I just paid it for Ground News. So the money does go for other things, like serious things. So let's get back to Roland. And I'll drop the link in a few minutes.
Czechia, Denmark, Estonia, Fiji, Finland, France, Georgia, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Latvia, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Monaco, Montenegro, the Netherlands, New Zealand, North Macau, Norway, Oman, Palau, Paraguay, Poland, Portugal.
Now let's skip ahead a little bit.
And slave trade earlier today.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of the UN, Excellencies, permanent representatives, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, progress is made in little steps. It is a forward motion towards something better, and changes often come.
Oh, by the way, one of the things I'm interested in, probably more so than, the grousing that the United States and Israel are going to do, I'm actually interested in how Africa is treated. The problem with Africa is the countries that existed. The Africa as we know now, where it's carved up into different countries, didn't exist back in, during the triangle slave trade. All those lines have shifted, and it's like I can't remember, but what we would call Ghana now, I'm not sure that it even existed back when Ghana was selling slaves. I mean, a lot of these places were kingdoms and colonies. They weren't official countries. So while, people will ask, well, why isn't Africa paying reparations? Well, some of these countries didn't even exist at the time. So, that's the way it goes. But I am interested in on what they have to say about Africa being on the selling end of the transatlantic slave trade.
Incrementally. Today marks the International Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. It is a day on which we honor the memory of the approximately 13 million African men, women, and children who were enslaved over the course of several centuries. We remember them through articles, oral histories, through broadcast programs, books, music, visits to museums, monuments, and memorials such as the Ark of Return, located right here at the Visitors Plaza of the United Nations headquarters. Through these activities, we do more than remember. We document and educate. We gain greater perspective. We find the delicate balance of learning from history so that we do not repeat it while leaving our pain behind. In doing so, we begin to heal individually within our immediate communities and also within the global community. This day of remembrance did not happen by accident. In 2006, our global community gathered here, just as we have done today, and resolved to designate the 25th of March of the following year a day of remembrance. It marked significant progress. Then the following year, in 2007, we decided to make the event an annual one so that the 25th March of every year will be the International Day of Remembrance of
Black history, Black authors, and Black books.
Here in the United States, Black history courses are being removed from school curricula. Schools are being mandated to stop teaching students about the truth of slavery, segregation, and racism in American history courses. Books about those topics are being banned in schools and public libraries. Museums, art centers, and other institutions whose budgets rely in any way on public funds are being prohibited from scheduling exhibitions and programs or from displaying materials promoting racial awareness or Black history. Much like the law that was put in place to regulate the punishment of the enslaved in Barbados, these policies are becoming a template for other governments as well as some private institutions. At the very least, they are slowly normalizing the erasure. They are slowly normalizing erasure.
Now, folks, before today's vote by the United Nations, Ghana's president led a solemn wreath-laying ceremony at the African Burial Ground National Monument in New York City, paying tribute to the nearly 20,000 Africans who were enslaved and buried there. The poignant gesture marked Ghana's commemoration of the International
Wow,
Day
I didn't realize there were 20,000 buried there. That's a lot.
At that ceremony as well.
First, thank you to the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, for hosting today's wreath laying. Ghana is a nation that holds deep meaning for me. My father gave me the middle name Kwame after Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of Ghana, a leader who fought for freedom. And that longing of freedom unites all of humanity across geography and history. It is that longing for freedom and the sacrifices made by so many to win it that we are here today to commemorate. And I want to acknowledge a number of leaders that are also here with us. It was a pleasure to be preceded by Reverend Al Sharpton, as well as members of the president's team and representatives from across the region, including the Caribbean. I also am here with a number of leaders from our administration. We have our Commissioner, Afia Atta-Mensah, who is here with us. Commissioner Ana Maria Archilla From the Office of International Affairs, we have our public advocate, Jumaane Williams, who is here with us, as well as State Senator James Sanders, Assemblymember Al Taylor, so many other leaders, including our outgoing commissioner as well. And we are here in many ways because nearly 400 years ago, the first enslaved people arrived at the port of New York. 22 souls, likely from Angola, were originally aboard a Portuguese ship bound for sugar plantations in Cartagena before the Dutch intercepted and enslaved them once more, this time under the Dutch West India Company. And so began a shameful history of slavery here in our city, one that is just as much a part of our story as the Revolutionary War battles that were fought in Brooklyn or the bridges and skyscrapers that defied any precedent. According to New Amsterdam's 1665 tax list, 12% of the residents of this city at the time were slaveholders. By the mid-1700s, New York City was home to the most enslaved people outside of the South, until the Act for the Gradual Abolition of Slavery in 1799. Even then, freedom was partial and often cruelly withheld. None of the enslaved New Yorkers who helped to build Wall Street ever benefited from the enormous wealth that it created. And the dignity and security granted to so many of our earliest settlers was denied to those of African descent, even those fortunate enough to be deemed free. Land deeds once granted were rescinded, the franchise of voting so often out of reach. Our city and its incredible spirit, wealth, and global significance is inextricably intertwined with the horrific history of the transatlantic slave trade. One need look no further for proof than the very ground upon which we stand today, which was at one time the largest cemetery of Black New Yorkers, many of whom were enslaved. It was only when construction began on a 34-story federal building on this site in 1991 that our city paused to reckon with what was here. I am grateful to the community members, historians, archaeologists, all those who helped to reveal what lay beneath our streets, to draw attention to the history of our city. And as was said earlier, the tension that also lies at the heart of it. That history must never be forgotten. And when we tell it, let us tell it in its totality. For we know the history of Black New Yorkers is not just one of oppression. It is one of resistance, of organizing, of fighting for freedom, among so much else. Let us tell the stories of Black New Yorkers who fought in the slave revolt of 1712, demanding dignity only 1 year after the first slave market in New York City was erected at the foot of Wall Street. Let us tell the story of the community of Weeksville, founded in 1838, just 11 years after New York State outlawed slavery, and how it would grow into a self-sustaining, safe haven for escaped and freed slaves with its own schools, churches, and newspapers. And let us tell the story of the many who continue to resist the long shadow of slavery and discrimination. From the thousands of men, women, and children who participated in the silent march on Fifth Avenue in 1917, to the activists and archivists who have continued to honor the legacies of those whose names would otherwise be lost to time. Today, as we gather to remember the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, let us recommit to the work of building a New York City where every New Yorker can live a life of dignity and freedom that so many other New Yorkers were so cruelly denied, that so many sacrificed so much to obtain. And in a city that is proud to celebrate the intertwined nature of Black history and New York City history, let us also ensure that this is a city where the writing of Black history can continue in the weeks and months and years to come. May we honor the memory of those that we have lost as we build a New York City worthy of its struggles.
All right, folks, we have Jahan LeBlanc back. Jahan, you was
Okay, so that's about as far as I'm going to go. They get into a discussion, and it's probably going to be the usual stuff. In 12th Man, I'm not in the mood for whataboutism. It really has what you've written here about Africans. Yeah, we all know that. Don't know why that even needs to be brought up. So, and yes, I'm blowing you off. I don't. The whataboutism isn't gonna fly tonight. So, let's see. There was something else I was gonna say, and I can't remember what it is, but we're gonna move on. This dropped today with my buddy Mona Charen, and we're going to watch her next to finish up a video I started last night. But this is the New York Times Opinions podcast, and the title of it, I couldn't resist, is "It's Obvious Trump is Winging It in Iran." And while I'm thinking about it, I've been kind of watching, you know, all the folks were out doing panels today, and you know, all the usual suspects, I guess you would call them. And man, I tell you what, I almost went up on a panel today, and then once I got up there, you know, the conversation kind of went left, and I just X'd out, and I'm just like, I'll come back later. Man, it is. I don't know whether I'm just in a bad mood or what, but goddamn, people don't know how to present arguments and make their case and stay on topic. It's more times than not, at least in my experience, that people will start talking about one thing and just drift off into you know, something totally different than what they were originally talking about, and then the fight ensues. And I'm just finding that if there's more than like 4 people on a panel discussing a topic, it is more than likely just going to go south, because so many people don't know how to just make their point and get it and get out. You know, get in, make your point, make it succinct as you can, and get out. And it's just nothing. If anything could get resolved on these YouTube panels, it wouldn't, just because people are so awful at it. So let us go on to Mona Charen here. And she's with, who is she with? I forget now. Got from NPR, and let's see who else. Yeah, Robert Siegel and EJ Dionne. So she'll be the only person slightly on the right there. She's more centrist, but she is on the right.
Lots of people in the press talk about, you know, if Trump decides not to run, they say things like, if he's not going to run. That is not a thing.
Yes, exactly.
He cannot run again. It's in the goddamn Constitution.
Yes.
Amen to that. And
Yes,
I think it's very important that we say that over and over again.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Robert Siegel, in conversation about politics with 2 very insightful political writers. Joining me at the New York Times Washington Bureau are political writer and author EJ Dionne.
Great to be with you.
And joining us today is Mona Charen, policy editor.
By the way, to your point, Clarice, look, this is the other thing. I'm really getting tired of engaging with people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You know, to these idiots, slavery is slavery is slavery, and that's just not the case. You know, Western slavery in the United States and in the Caribbean specifically built economies. Okay, France's banking system was literally built on the back of Haiti. And so slavery isn't slavery. Slavery the world over, the systems are different. The only thing that might be in common is the word slavery. And I'm weary of dealing with people who have no fucking clue what they're talking about. So your words might be wasted is my point.
Editor at The Bulwark and host of the Mona Charen Show.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for joining us. We're recording this on Wednesday, so it's possible that some of our discussion may be overtaken by events, but I think that our focus today will likely be unrevised very much for the near future. We're focusing on relations under stress from the war in Iran. Quite apart from what this war has done to Iran, it has also wrought changes in U.S. relations abroad, and even changes with our politics, too. To start, how do you think Trump is doing in handling this war, EJ?
I think we are going to deeply regret this war precisely because of how he handled it. I mean, I think the idea wasn't good in the first place, but he made it so much worse. This war will raise questions about our lack of staying power in the world. He goes back and forth to the point where even the Iranians sound like political commentators when they say, oh, he's saying this stuff about negotiations because he's worried about the markets and oil prices. Mm-hmm. He's creating all this division and alienation among our allies that we're going to talk about. He's strengthening Russia by lifting those sanctions. He's taking everybody's eyes off Ukraine, which is what I think we should be in the middle of. And these inconsistencies and contradictions about our purposes will the world will look at us and say, what kind of leadership does this country have on one of the most serious questions a country faces, which is whether to go to war?
Mona?
It's a profoundly serious challenge that Iran represents to the world. It is a vicious, expansionist, revolutionary regime bent on getting nuclear weapons, bent on the destruction of one of our allies and the undermining of others, an enemy of ours for all of these years. But to approach a problem of that seriousness with such an unserious leader who seems to act on whim, on impulse, on feelings in his bones, we have reached this critical mass of Trumpism where it is laid bare, even the Trumpiest explainers out there cannot say that he's playing some sort of three-dimensional chess here. It is obvious that he is winging it and he is making gross errors.
Well, now on to some relationships, starting with our relationship to NATO and our NATO allies. Back in his first term, President Trump was often criticized for talking to the NATO allies in very transactional terms, not drawing upon some deep fraternal democratic spirit that we had in common. Compared with the past couple of weeks, those were the good old days of the alliance. EJ, is the NATO alliance on the rocks?
It's in deep trouble. And I think you can tell how much trouble it is when Mark Rutte, the General Secretary of NATO, is getting criticized for saying he supports the president's action in Iran, because so many countries in Europe, our longtime allies, are at best extremely skeptical about what the president is doing. And I think there are many reasons we're going to regret that the president took us into this war. I think that one of the top reasons is that if there was any hope of sort of putting the Western alliance, if I can call it that, back on some sort of track, this set it back even further. Here was President Trump. First, he puts big tariffs on all these allies and says they're supposed to take it. And then he says NATO isn't really important. And then at times he seems to side with Vladimir Putin in the Ukraine struggle. And he does all this to our allies. And then when he says they need to help me in the Strait of Hormuz, and they're a little reluctant, he says, oh my God, why aren't they helping me? Aren't they terrible for not helping me? And so how to lose influence with friends is the title of, I think, the president's memoir about this period.
Yeah.
Mona?
Well, EJ, there's a long list of Trump's insults and threats toward Europe, toward NATO. You forgot to mention Greenland, where the president basically did something that was inconceivable when we were contemplating.
If you look at the show title, it's a hashtag Fact Free Life. I was listening to Nidish's show this morning, and there was just so much bullshit up on his panel. I just got frustrated and started trolling, of course. And hashtag Fact Free Life. I've been typing that in every chat that I've been in today. It's just people just get up there and just fucking spit irrelevant facts that sound good. It's like the blind leading the blind when it comes to arguing some of these arguments. So the thing that makes me laugh is right here. When faced with facts, Stanley just says, "Whataboutism?" Well, God damn it, 12th man, when you present me a fact, I'll fucking throw a celebration. Okay, you've yet to do it as of today, or ever for that matter. You just spout out what you heard on the last panel, and I'm just, you know what? I'll just mock you every time you say something that's just really nothing to do with much. I'm just gonna mock you. And you know the routine. And this thing about how do you know you weren't there? Well, 12th man, the same goes for you. How do you know what you're talking about is factual? You weren't there either. Once again, you don't even understand your own argument. You don't understand where you're coming from. You don't understand that you weren't there either. And you've done even less reading. So I'm just going to mock you. I've been doing it all day. You're just one of many.
A second Trump term. None of us, I think, anticipated that he would actually threaten a fellow NATO member with an American invasion. And yet that is where we were a few short months ago. And then regarding this war, there was no consultation. He did not inform our allies. He simply acted in a way that affects them far more than it affects us because they are more dependent on oil, fertilizer, and other things that go through that part of the world. But in addition...
Well, see, Trump thought that they would be willing to go along because they're more affected by this issue. He just figured, I guess, hey, you know what? I'll start the war, but when they start getting squeezed, yeah, they're gonna want to help out. And boy, was he wrong. And I don't think he's going to be able to do much to get them to go along. And then the other thing is, you put all these sanctions on Russia, and you're trying to squeeze Russia to capitulate in Ukraine. And then all of a sudden you've got to basically reward Russia because they are the only way to get oil to Asia easily. It's just, this is what I mean. I mean, Trump is just self-destructive. So you go and you attack Iran for no apparent reason. They weren't an imminent threat. And then you reward your buddy Putin. And then Putin is literally giving intel. By the way, 10 soldiers, 10 or 12, I saw two different numbers, got killed in an attack on a base in Saudi Arabia, I guess in the last 24 hours or so. Trump is literally at a point to where I'm even guilty for saying I told you so.
He then insulted the premier of Great Britain, who at one point, early March, was saying he might send 2 British aircraft carriers, and Trump, proving that he is the greatest boor ever to serve in the White House, said, "Oh no, we don't need any help from people who are just trying to get in on the war after it's already been won." A few days later, Trump was reduced to begging the Europeans for help opening the Strait of Hormuz. So yes, the strain is immense, but I think the Europeans have no choice but to attempt however they can with string and glue, whatever it takes to keep this alliance together because of the huge role that the United States plays.
I would just, I was forced to think, in thinking about the state of the alliance, to think back on pretty big crises that NATO has weathered, and it may be a more durable alliance than we'd think. In the 1950s, Eisenhower over Suez told the Brits and the French they couldn't have the Suez Canal back. It was a big crisis. NATO got over it. In the 1960s, Charles de Gaulle threw NATO out of France. NATO was in France until 1966. He withdrew French troops from the integrated NATO command. It was a crisis. NATO somehow survived and got over it. So perhaps this is, at least in the past, was a pretty durable institution.
Well, it depended for its durability on the strength of its premier member, and that was the United States. And in this, Trump had a part of a point. The U.S. spends 10 times more on defense. And plus the U.S. provides the nuclear umbrella. And so while the Europeans are now having to think about possibly looking for friendlier climes, looking for people who do agree with them about democracy, about the rule of law, about international law, and all of those things, where Trump seems far less like a traditional American and more Putin-esque, and yet still the challenge, the actual just physical challenge of Europe, the idea that they are going to be able to replace the American contribution defense-wise is very tough.
Let's look at one other international relationship that is between the United States and Israel. Twice, last June and this year, the U.S. and Israel have conducted coordinated airstrikes against Iran. It's hard for me to remember any time when the U.S. and Israel were militarily this close. On the other hand, when it comes to public opinion in the United States, Gallup has been asking Americans for decades about their sympathies for Israel and for the Palestinians. They'd been converging for several years, but this year was the first time that more people said they felt sympathy for the Palestinian cause than for the Israelis. Mona, as Trump continues to coordinate an air war with Netanyahu, and as American support for Israel seems to wane, what do you think about the relationship going forward?
So it is worrisome on many levels. First of all, there's sort of a pincer movement where you have people on the progressive left who despise Israel because they consider it a settler colonialist imposition on the Middle East that is a sort of the cat's paw for imperialism in the West. And then you have the hatred of Israel and frankly, and of Jews coming from the hard right in the United States, the Tucker Carlsons and so forth, who are influencing the younger generation of Republicans. And so the hatred for Israel is coming from both sides. And Netanyahu seems to have made a calculation that he's aware of this declining support for Israel in the United States. And he seems to be saying, yep, in the future, we're not going to have the U.S. And so we're going to go for everything right now while we've got Trump, try to get everything done, eliminate Iran as a threat, eliminate Hezbollah, Hamas, and then we will be secure and we won't have to worry about American good opinion.
So you're saying the
What's up, man? Of tomorrow.
Yeah, what's going on? I also want to add with the situation that, because I normally do fertilizer about this time of year. The prices of fertilizer is outrageously high because of this war. Because most of the fertilizer comes from like Saudi Arabia and like the in the Middle East. You know me, I just get it at the end point. But once they start seeing how much this stuff cost in the farms that I'm not going to, and these phosphate related fertilizers is how they grow their crops.
Well, that reminds me, I when I was in the Navy, my last deployment was to the Red Sea, and I was on boarding teams. We were inspecting vessels coming out of out of and into the Straits of Eilat. So I've been on many a fertilizer container type ship.
Yeah.
But the other thing it reminds me that you reminded me of is the Houthis just fired missiles at Israel.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden you got the Houthis so that's an escalation. This is just becoming Trump.
No. Listen, this is what they wanted. They wanted an incompetent dude capable of large amounts of destruction over a woman twice, not once, twice. So, hey, look, let these people sit back and let them deal with these consequences. Like these farmers who've been living high off the quote unquote hog for generations.
Hey, I was in the chat and I didn't even type in the chat. I was just kind of listening in as I was doing a chore. I was on you don't know who Latino for Trump is, but most everybody in the chat will. So
No, I've heard only his name from
do?
here
Oh,
from
okay.
you, but I've never been over there.
Well,
I'm not
he was on the panel the other day.
Oh, okay.
So there are 4 Trump people. He's Latino for Trump. Juan, who is like somewhere between law school and passing the bar. So you got 4 Trump voters. Imperius was also on that panel. You know who he is. So they're all sitting there like making excuses for Trump. They're like, well, hopefully, we can go till August with the high gas prices. Then, he's going to be in trouble. I'm like,
okay,
what?
so how you gonna grow food without fertilizer?
No, they're literally saying, oh, hey, well, I'll be okay until August, but if this goes on till past August, I'm not going to be able to send you super chats, or I'm not. I'm like, dude, y'all are.
Where do you think food prices are going to be by then?
Trump is literally figuring into your budgeting, your household budgeting, and you voted for this. Dude, I started to get in the chat and just roast the hell out of him as best I could, and I just didn't. It was so sad. Well, I can make it till November, and if I don't make it till November, I might have to get a second job. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, you have to renew your Conservatives Plus card.
Yeah, exactly.
and it's like, this is the first time in American history where conservatives, the actual base, the voting bloc base, have faced immediately the consequences of conservatism that everybody else faced.
Mm-hmm.
The very first time, and very quickly.
I really wouldn't call. Well, I guess you could say it's neoliberal. This attack. So I guess you could call it conservative. This war hawk sort of attitude. But looking at 12th Man says the United States stopped making fertilizer. It's why it costs so much. Well, it looks like we're gonna have to go back to the old. Yeah, you know what? He's been dropping duds like this all show long.
But here's the other thing, though, Stanley, about that specific statement. That's almost like we're going to bring all the manufacturing back to the United States once we start a trade war.
Yeah, we need to bring fertilizer manufacturing back to the United States too. Yeah. Oh, 12th man, bless your little heart. He's the little MAGA that could. He just keeps chugging along. He's the hardest working MAGA sympathizer and excuse maker.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah. But hey, we can't put sanctions on Russia because they're going to have to, because Russia does a lot of fertilizer too. So now,
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
actually attacking Iran, they have empowered Russia, remove the sanctions from their oil, which is going to have to happen. And it's like, okay, so you traded the actual Iran situation to relieving Russia of things. Like, what do you think Ukraine thinks about that? And it's like, he has
Oh, you didn't
advisors.
hear? They're thinking about redirecting Ukraine military aid. They're thinking about redirecting it to this war.
They're already going to have to do that because they can't appropriate any more money. So any other existing quote unquote obligations out there, yeah, that was going to happen. That was going to be obvious. So now Ukraine is going to get wiped out by Russia, and Russia's going to take all their stuff anyway, because Trump decided to make a dumbass move towards Iran and screw everybody in the region. Doesn't that private jet sounds really cool whenever this guy got your country attacked that you've never received before because of it? Like, man, listen, at the end of the day, you got to leave these dudes out there.
10 people, 10 military service members killed in Saudi Arabia by an Iranian missile strike. It's just, yeah, Trump is literally MAGA DEI.
He is breaking the conservative party because normally you get. Okay.
Trump is single-handedly in the process of destroying the Republican Party. It's like, damn, dude. If this keeps up, this might affect 2028 2 years early.
Might affect 2028? Might?
Well, America has a short memory.
Not when it comes to short-term suffering.
They didn't remember Trump's first term.
Yeah, but that's when a lot of people was actually winning in life, and now that they're not. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. They basically eased sanctions on Iran.
They had to.
They let. Oh my God, this is just a travesty.
Like I said 2 weeks ago, every time Trump's get cornered, he's going to make one subsequent dumbass decision that's going to be worse than the last one and worse than the last one, because that's the trajectory that he's on. And there's really nothing much you could be able to do about it.
What can I say? He might be the smartest of the bunch, because Pete Hegseth is a klutz.
Yep, whiskey Pete Hegseth. Yeah.
Whiskey Pete.
Pete.
That's pretty funny. Whiskey Pete.
Yeah.
American support has the perverse effect of creating a greater complaint against Israel in the United States.
It's very possible.
Yeah. EJ?
I think that you can go all the way back to when Netanyahu appeared before Congress, and he was invited by the Republicans, notably, not the Democrats, and gave a speech attacking President Obama's deal with Iran. And to have a foreign leader come before Congress at the invitation of only one party, I think began to drive a wedge through our politics. And I think, historically, liberals and progressives were broadly sympathetic to Israel. There were most liberals and progressives also very staunchly supported, Palestinian autonomy, 2 states, but that was the consensus. I think after Gaza, that began to break up. Many of us are old enough to remember Prime Minister Rabin, are old enough to remember Labor Israel. For many young people, they have only known this Israel under Bibi Netanyahu. The war is, I think, very awkward. And, the administration itself has made it more awkward. When Marco Rubio came out and said, to try to explain this war, and said, well, we knew Israel was going to do it.
Yeah.
And so then we had to go out because we had to defend our bases. First, it was nonsense in terms of whether we went into the war. But it was a remarkable thing to say. And so the administration, in its many inconsistencies about this war, has opened that door. And I also think it's simply the fact that the interests of Israel and the interests of the United States do not totally coincide in this war. And the Times had a really interesting story where there's also a difference, it appears, between Israel and the Saudis, where the Saudis really want the war to go on until there is regime change. Israel could probably live with easier with a much weakened Iran. And so I think you're going to see another fight in that area.
Although, I don't know, it could be that the Israelis are happy to see the Saudis being the ones to push Trump to continue the war so that it doesn't fall on them. But I think they are quite happy with that, would be happy to continue the war as well.
And let's assume that. And I think that creates a real problem for Israel, because I think there are a lot of people in the United States, majority opinion is against this war. Our friend Bill Galston the other day cited the polling average, 39% support for this war. That's unheard of at this point. So most Americans want this to end. And so to the extent that the Saudis or the Israelis are pressuring the United States, that's a real problem for both countries, I think, in the long run.
So could I I agree with pretty much everything you said, with one exception, where you talked about the progressives were broadly pro-Israel until Gaza. I don't think that's quite right. Right after October 7th, you had celebrations of the Hamas attack, and you saw campuses around the country, leftist groups on campuses celebrating that attack. So I
think that was a very small piece of the left, and that people aligned with that grew as the war continued, as the destruction in Gaza continued, and Israel didn't end the war much earlier than they did.
So I'm thinking about this in our own domestic politics. We've gone from very strong bipartisan support for Israel to each party having a pretty considerable faction within it that is extremely anti-Israel. Looking ahead to the next presidential year, the conventions, do you expect fireworks over Middle East policy? Is it that big an issue?
So it very much depends on whether this war is perceived as successful. If the war is unsuccessful, then what Trump will have succeeded in doing, and Netanyahu as well, is they will have given a huge gift to Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, that whole wing of the Republican Party.
The conspiracists.
The anti-Semites, who are more than happy. First of all, they already think that Israel killed Charlie Kirk and that Israel was responsible for the Iraq war, for which there is absolutely no evidence. And now they can, with Rubio's stupid comment, they can even claim that Israel dragged us into this war. And so they will be empowered tremendously if the war goes badly.
I'm not sure how this goes well, sitting here on this day by the end. So I'm very curious if Americans will look back and say this was a good idea. But I think you're already seeing.
Well, I was gonna ask that question. How do you turn this around? I don't think you can, other than getting the fuck out now. The only way to win this is for Trump to just go, never mind. Stalemate.
Even splits within the pro-Israel camp. There is a real rebellion against AIPAC within the Democratic Party among very mainstream Democrats, particularly after their intervention against Tom Malinowski, who was historically very pro-Israel, but said, no, I will not give a blank check to Israel. And they intervened. Their candidate failed, and they ended up electing someone who is far more anti-Israel. And so I think you will see within the Democratic Party certainly a real distancing from it's AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, from that wing of the pro-Israel movement. And I think you're going to see a real fight because of this generational split. I think you cannot underestimate how radical the split is, younger people in their attitudes versus older people when it comes to Israel. And that's a real problem for Israel in the long run.
It sure is. And it's in both parties.
Yes.
This brings us more broadly to Democrats, Republicans, and the election coming up this year in November. Republican loss of the House of Representatives is talked about quite a bit. It's very possible. There's even some talk about the possibility of Democrats winning the Senate. Obviously, in states where the Democratic Party has a pulse, Donald Trump is not a big help to Republican candidates. And EJ, I wonder, what do you make of the what seems to be a very strong loyalty to Trump among Republicans, even as he makes very public, unpopular moves, whether they're in the war or with the economy or in his remarks about the passing of former FBI Director Mueller?
Well, let it be recorded that in the state legislature in Florida, thanks to a special election in Florida, the people in the district that Mar-a-Lago is in elected a Democrat to the state legislature. And there was another state Senate race that also swung to the Democrats. Every election we've had since Trump's election essentially has shown an average. I think the last time I looked, the average was about a 13-point swing, and some of them were even bigger. So this is a real problem. In a normal world, some Republicans, at least, would start backing away from Trump. But we don't live in a normal world. We live in the world of Republican politics that President Trump has created. Republicans are not only so afraid of losing primaries to the Trump faction, which is now the dominant faction in the party, they're also worried about those folks turning out in the general election. And I think when you look at the problems Republicans face, where I do agree that the Senate is now at the point where it could come into play, I think that the most consistent number are in the polls are when you ask people, not only do they approve or disapprove of Trump, but do you strongly approve of Trump or strongly disapprove of Trump? The strong disapprovers outnumber the strong approvers by 3-2 or 2-1. That's a real problem for turnout. And I think you're seeing that in these races. So it's a combination of the country swinging against Trump and the enthusiasm swinging against Trump. That's real trouble for the Republicans. Maybe they will discover later this year, after their primaries are done, that they have an interest in distancing themselves. But I still think many of them are very afraid.
Speaking of if we lived in a normal world, part of what makes our world abnormal now is that we live in an era of this personalized politics, and it has been vastly exacerbated by our system of partisan primaries. And it is the case now that our elections are determined by a tiny slice of voters who turn out in primaries. And so, the primary is the only race that matters.
You mean the general election is a given, which party will win.
Exactly. And so because of gerrymandering, because of self-selection and sorting, because of the kinds of media that we all consume. And as long as the Republican Party officials, Republican politicians, fear their primary electorate, which is the only thing that they have to fear in most cases, they are not going to depart from Trump no matter what. And we will see how that turns out for them in the generals this time, because the cratering of his support among independents does not bode well for the general election this time.
And I think part of the problem is not just the existence of the primary system. It's also that over time, since Trump appeared on the scene 11 years ago, a lot of people who are more moderate or even moderate conservatives aren't Republican anymore.
That's exactly right.
And that you're looking, if you look at and this goes back even longer, actually. There's been a long drift of moderate Republicans out of the party going back to the 90s. And the collar counties around Philadelphia are a good example of that. Places that were very loyal for people like George H.W. Bush or Senator John Hines. And now a lot of those folks just don't think of themselves as Republican anymore. So you're reducing this party to a party of Trump.
Yes. And by the way, Trump just the other day was touting, somebody had done a poll where they said, 100% of those who identified as MAGA Republicans approved of his actions in Iran. Well, of course, if you are willing to identify yourself as a MAGA Republican, then you're going to be in
This
favor
is circular
of any.
reasoning.
Exactly.
That is the
It's
definition of a MAGA
tautology.
Republican. Is someone who-
Exactly. And there are fewer people who do identify as MAGA now than before the Iran war started.
100% of Celtics fans root for the Celtics. Here is, I think, one of the interesting questions, and that we don't know the answer to this yet, is can the MAGA base begin to break up? I was really struck by, I think it's a Reuters Ipsos poll that came out last week or this week, where only 29% of Americans approve of Trump on the economy, and only 25% approve his handling of the cost of living. And I think one of his biggest problems, and I also think this is a real problem for the country, is this kind of MAGA politics means that real problems we face now and in the future, housing, healthcare, childcare, elder care, how to give young people entering a really difficult economy a leg up, particularly people who didn't go to college, all these big questions. And if we were talking about these, Mona and I could have real arguments about real problems that matter to people. And the MAGA Trump obsessions drive substance out of politics. And boy, that's bad for every party.
Especially for people.
Yeah, this is actually this, who knew? Oh, hold on one sec here. Who knew that? Damn it! Why is this not? Who knew that MAGA was going to end after only a year and a half? Any comments on your sinking ship there, 12 man?
Well, I'm wondering, are we really running out of bullets, Stanley? Because I've been hearing that for a few months, and after you brought up the Tomahawk issue the other day or whenever it was,
well,
it got me
it
to
looks
wondering
like
how many bullets do we really have?
Oh, I'm sure we got enough bullets, but making bullets, you can make a bunch of bullets really quick. Tomahawks, you can only
Well,
make.
you know what I mean by bullet. That's what I mean. Bombs,
Well,
whatever.
the Tomahawk
They're all
inventory,
bullets.
from what I heard, the Tomahawk, we've used a quarter of our Tomahawk industry. I'm sorry, our Tomahawk inventory. So that's a lot of missiles really fast. We
Yeah.
fired, I thought it was 800. It's actually 850. I can't believe we fired 850 Tomahawks and Iran is still, still firing out missiles. According to Trump, a number I heard earlier today, there's still something like 3,000 plus targets that they haven't gotten to yet. So I don't know how
Wow.
that's going to work.
That's a lot of bombs, Stanley. I don't know how we're going to do it. We can't do both Ukraine and Iran. That's a
Well,
logistical fact. We can't do both.
Okay. Well, you know what? Then we're not that great militarily. If we can't carry on two fronts at the same time, I mean, now when I was in the Navy, we basically always assumed readiness to be able to carry wars on two different theaters. So I don't want to hear that how much Trump has built up, the greatest military in the world, and we can't do Ukraine and Iran. Like Iran's not giving us a whole lot of, other than the missiles, we haven't sent in ground troops or anything like that. In Ukraine, all we're doing is
Thank
giving
God.
them. Oh no, I think we're gonna. From what I'm hearing, from what I've read over the past few hours, I think it's more and more likely that we're going to send in ground troops.
Well, did you see that post by Iran? They said that they have a 1,000,000-man army all ready to go, but they're not getting paid or anything. So
Yeah, and okay, these people jihads, dude. These people will martyr the true believers. They want martyrdom. Okay, that they're not drawing a salary. I don't think that's really going to deter them if they think that
right,
their cause is righteous. So all I'm saying, if we send in ground troops, you might as well just call it Iraq Iraq Part 2. Okay, because you're going to have an insurgency. So all I'm saying is, and like I asked you, how does it feel? Who knew that Trump was gonna fucking nuke his own administration with this folly? This is Trump's folly.
well, I wouldn't have done it, and of course, I'm
Yeah,
not the
but your
president
your
or
boy
anything,
did.
but
Oh, I don't want to hear any of that. I didn't vote for this stuff. Yeah, you
well,
did. Did you?
well,
Haven't you heard Donald Trump? Haven't you heard Donald Trump say that he
okay,
had a
pick
man?
on me.
Okay, no.
Go ahead.
Of course I'm gonna. Hey, I remember election night. I remember, plenty of people had all kinds of shit, and my feelings were hurt, but I also knew that there would be a time when I would get to say, "I told you so." And
Well, I thought he was libertarian enough to not start a new fucking war.
okay, what
You
led
know what
you
I
to
mean?
believe? What led you to believe that Trump was a libertarian?
Because he's about peace through strength and not through this gargantuan war bullshit.
Again, what peace through strength is not specifically a libertarian position.
Well, peace through strength means that
Okay,
you're
dude,
going to
that just
be
walks
peaceful.
Teddy Roosevelt, and I guess maybe you could call Teddy Roosevelt a libertarian, I guess, even though I think he would call himself a progressive. But he was that walk softly and carry a big stick.
Right. That's an
So
old saying for sure.
all I have to say is that I feel guilty for saying I told you so at this point. This is just miserable.
Well, I hope we win whatever we're trying to win.
You know what?
I'm not
I don't
sure
think
what it
I don't
is.
think I don't think winning the way we, like a World War II win, I don't think that's gonna happen. I think this is gonna be a slog. I think by next
Slugfest,
Christmas,
basically.
I think by next Christmas we're gonna be sending care packages to our boys in Iran.
Don't be laughing about that. That's
We're
not
gonna have a branch of the USO in Tehran. Hey, this is my Navy veteran cynical laugh. I told y'all so. Dude, this Trump thought he had a mandate to do what the fuck he wanted to do. And better than that, I was listening to some commentary today, and they were trying to figure out whether Trump thought he was a dictator or a regent or just what. And for some reason or another, nobody thought to say Trump thinks he's CEO of America. Okay, he thinks America is his company, the White House is his house, and basically as custodian or caretaker, he is the CEO. So he can pretty much do, and he's kind of said it. I'm the president. I can do whatever I think is necessary. Supreme Court confirmed it by giving him, some immunity, more enhanced immunity that the Constitution doesn't call for anything like that, but they did it anyway. So
Stanley, can I ask you a
yes.
question?
Was that
Are you going to tear up all the dollar bills that's going to have the Trump signature on it?
why
all
would I
the
do that?
bills are going to have.
Why
Trump's
would I do that?
signature.
Now it could be by the time Trump is done, we may be burning those dollars for warmth because we're not going to have gas. We're
You're
not going to be able
terrible,
to.
Stanley. Oh my God.
We won't be able to afford heating oil, so we may have to burn those Trump dollars.
Well, you don't go off heating oil down there, do you, Stanley?
It's a joke, 12th man.
Natural gas. Okay.
It's a joke, but
Yeah.
I tell you what, things are not looking good on that Iraq front.
Like us.
Just one more point about politics here. In addition to telling us what the next Congress is going to be like, the November election, that's typically when we really start thinking about the next presidential race. Isn't somebody going to have to express an interest in the Republican Party pretty soon? And is it down to two people who are both part of this administration, that is Vance and Rubio?
Yeah.
What should we expect in that regard?
By the way, there's some sort of CPAC, there's some sort of Republican gathering somewhere, and they took a straw poll, and JD Vance came out on top. I can tell you right now, JD Vance is not going to be president of the United States. And if I'm
Who
wrong,
are you going to
then
run against him, Stanley? Who?
I think
Who's
it's
the
I think
Democrat
it's
going to run?
okay. No. You do know there's a whole nomination process that the Republicans have to have. Our system doesn't give heir apparent. They're gonna primary JD Vance. I still think Rubio is going to be I still think Rubio is actually going to wind up being the nominee. At this point in time, if I had to call it, there's no way in hell that JD Vance wins because he's associated with this fiasco. As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure anybody in the Trump administration can get rid of this stench.
Let me tell you how this works, Stanley. And
tell me, 12, man.
Yeah. Well, when we already have someone who we want to be president, then we don't have a primary. See, just like Joe Biden.
Okay, listen to what
Kamala Harris.
No, that
we don't even have to have a primary.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying, because I know you're trying to make a joke, but it's not a very good one.
No, it's not a joke.
I am sorry. That's not how this works. They will primary. Trump is term limited. Okay, that only happens if a president is running for a second term. If the vice president, you don't just, it could happen and it has happened, but it won't happen this time.
Yeah. Well, I see. Yeah, you're right, Stanley. There will be a primary, evidently.
Yeah.
I heard Rand Paul was thinking about running.
Yeah, you know what? That's Rand Paul. That's a non-starter.
I think the Vance Rubio rivalry has already engaged. We've seen lots of evidence of that. But again, I will come back to whether this administration is perceived to have been successful. If so, then it's clear that one of those two will.
That's an interesting point. I'm trying to think. Those pictures. They moved the Situation Room down to Mar-a-Lago, and they took all those pictures of Trump looking real serious, and all these other people in their action poses. Because years ago, Obama looked very presidential when they were, going into to take
Not to
care
me,
of.
he didn't.
Yeah, well, you don't like Obama, so of course not. But
I
Obama
don't
was
like
in his
none
little.
of those
I
motherfuckers.
don't know why I can't get a sentence out. Obama there in his little aviator's leather jacket, looking, there looked like some pretty cool pictures. He was the commander in chief, with his generals and all these, cabinet officials, watching in real time. Trump tried to do that, but from Mar-a-Lago. And I'm trying to remember. I don't remember seeing JD Vance in those pictures. So you could very well be right, Clarence. But this is such a dismal at this point. Now, we still have 2 years left. But at this point, I don't think it's possible that a vice president doesn't get Trump as an albatross around his neck any more than Kamala couldn't distance herself from Biden. She, JD Vance,
Interesting take,
JD
Stanley.
Vance is going to be Kamalaized in that he's not going to be able to. There's no way you can distance yourself.
Be the nominee. But if not, then there could be an outsider. There could be an insurgent, but that would probably take something catastrophic to do that. So it's hard to make predictions, especially about the future.
Thank you, Yogi Berra. I think that Whit Harris, a great Republican pollster, sort of was talking about the Rubio Vance thing, and he said, "But there is a possibility of someone we never heard of." And I asked him, "What candidate are you for?" And he said, "I think I'm for somebody we never heard of." And I think it partly depends. Well, first of all, Trump has to decide not to run again, and I still haven't put aside the possibility that Trump, given everything else he's done, would claim some weird right to be in it again. But I do think there may be, even in the Republican Party, sheer exhaustion with this that may lead someone else to say, we need a new track for this party if we're going to survive in the long run. But it's not obvious to me who that is.
Yeah, maybe. I have one little quibble, not with you about the way you phrased it, but lots of people in the press talk about, if Trump decides not to run. They say things like, if he's not going to run. That is not a thing.
Yes, exactly.
He cannot run again. It's in the goddamn Constitution.
Amen to that. And
Yes,
I think it's very important that we say that over and over again.
Yes.
But the Constitution doesn't seem to bother Trump very much on anything else. So I don't see why it would bother him with its very explicit language
No,
about
I know
this.
it doesn't bother him, but I think everybody who comments on it should constantly reiterate that the Constitution forbids this and it cannot happen.
Here. I'm with you.
Okay, dude, please don't depend on your vaunted Constitution. As much as I like to use the Constitution as a shield and a sword sometimes, what I've heard is I actually, I would love to see Trump try and pull some fancy footwork to figure out how to run again, so we could get Obama to run against him. That would literally be like a gladiator fight. Trump, I think Trump would just would basically spontaneously combust in that scenario.
Well, Mona, we've developed a tradition in this conversation. It's been a short live conversation, but we've already have a tradition, and that is that we should end every conversation that we have on an upbeat note by.
Michelle Obama already said she's not going to let any of that happen, that none of them are running for president again. So you can hang that up.
asking what each of us has experienced in the way of joy recently, something that's not political or military or whatever. Joy, something joyful you can describe in life?
I think I can. So this weekend, there is going to be another No Kings rally. Now, I am not a protesting sort. Spent my life being a conservative. If I were to chant something, it would be along the lines of, what do we want? Incremental change. When do we want it? In the fullness of time. But I found the last No Kings rally to be very inspiring. I was struck by the cleverness of some of the signs, by the spirit, by the patriotism. And I am encouraged that there are millions of other Americans who feel the danger to democracy and our republic, and it gives me hope. So I'm looking forward to participating again.
Oh, and thank you. EJ?
Amen to that, too. I went last week to the celebration of the 25th anniversary of the White House Faith-Based Office, sponsored by the Center for Public Justice. Now, there are all kinds of arguments that I've been involved with over the years, too, about the proper role of government vis-a-vis religion. And if anybody wants to see my views on that, there's a report I did for Brookings some years ago with my friend Melissa Rogers. What hit me that day that gave me joy was how many people from churches, synagogues, mosques, and also lots of secular people who are deeply involved in helping homeless people, in helping immigrants, in helping the left out, in helping battered women, in helping poor people overseas. All these people in the country who, in the midst of all this political chaos, are out there working to help other people who are less well off than they are. They exist, God, if I may, God bless them all. And we shouldn't forget that they are very much part of our national conversation too. And we ought to think about those good folks and say thank you.
Amen.
Amen. And for me, it was I should have known it was coming. The return of baseball simply brings joy to my life. And I got hooked by the World Baseball Classic.
Oh, yes.
And the Italian team in particular, which only had 3 guys from Italy on it, I think. But it reminded me of these names from my childhood, DiMaggio, Rizzuto, and Berra. And the Venezuelans,
you know them, Stanley?
I would have liked to see the Americans win the final game, but
So
so
what?
be it. They
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
What is he talking about? All these foreign games and everything?
The World Baseball League. There's
Well,
a
he's
world.
talking about. Never mind.
The return of baseball is what he's talking about. He's Robert Siegel's like a baseball fanatic.
I find baseball boring.
No doubt you do. All right.
What? You sit
Had their
around for
victory.
4 hours and watch baseball?
It's
That
been
was-
years. It's been years since I've done it, but when I was a kid, yeah. As a matter of fact, I've been to Washington Nationals games. It's actually baseball is one of the few sports that's actually better when you're in the stadium. It's actually more entertaining. But yeah,
Yeah, if you're there.
well, I like baseball. I used to be able to even watch it on TV. I like baseball.
Football, way better.
Yep.
And I just found the whole thing wonderful. And I'm even looking forward to Major League Baseball with a machine that overrides umpires when they call balls and strikes wrong.
Do you realize how many arguments in living rooms that will set aside?
I know.
But also how many screaming at umpires is really fun, but we're going to lose some of that.
Have to learn to scream at a computer.
You're going to
Mona
get a
and EJ,
robot
EJ and Mona.
call the
Thanks
shot.
to both of you. It's great. Good to see you.
Thank
What
you.
a joke.
Well, they did it in tennis decades ago. All right. So I always enjoy watching some people my age or older talking about politics. It's a lot more civilized and frankly, a lot more knowledgeable. So speaking of old people, this is Paul Krugman talking about the Trump administration. It's titled "The Worst and the Dumbest." How could I resist?
Isn't he washed up?
Already been cuddleized.
Nope.
Hi, I'm Paul Krugman. I'll explain what I meant by that in a couple of minutes.
Why did that freeze like that, I wonder? Let's try that again. Let me refresh it. All righty.
Has the U.S. military already been cuddleized? Hi, I'm Paul Krugman. I'll explain what I meant by that in a couple of minutes. It's Friday morning. The war is continuing. A lot of what's happened in the Iran war has sadly not come as a surprise. The fact that there was no planning, that there was no plan B in case a decapitation strike didn't do the job, that the Trump's people didn't seem to have gained out at all what would happen if their fondest wishes did not come true. That kind of, unfortunately, that's par for the course. There was a famous book in the Vietnam years about how all that went wrong, about how all of the sort of brains trust around LBJ led us into that disaster, and it was called The Best and the Brightest. In this case, it's obvious. Everybody knows that we've got the worst and the dumbest. So we knew that the thinking about strategy was going to be nil, that it was going to be all very ill-conceived. The surprise, and it's an unfavorable surprise, is that the U.S. military has not been doing too well either. I mean, obviously, they can blow up anything they want. There's no question that the U.S. has unchallenged superiority in all of the conventional aspects of warfare. There's no Iranian Air Force there's no Iranian Navy in any conventional sense. Unfortunately, it's not that kind of war. And have a prepared response to the modern world of drones and inferior powers, which nonetheless have the ability to do a lot of damage, has been a bit of a shock. Now, admittedly, that is something that I think a lot of people who are amateur followers of military affairs were worried about. Watching developments in Ukraine, you couldn't help but wonder whether the U.S. military, with its emphasis on overwhelming force, with its historic superiority in technology, was actually ready for this new world of kind of democratized ability to inflict damage. There were some straws in the wind suggesting that we were not, that maybe just the historical record of overwhelming dominance had made the U.S. military complacent. But it's still come as a shock to find that the defenses against that military U.S. bases in the region appear to be sort of completely unprotected, unhardened, that the U.S. went into this thing sending multi-million-dollar intercepts to shoot down multi-thousand-dollar drones. It's been really kind of shockingly, I'm not sure incompetent, but unprepared. It's just shocking how unready the world's greatest military seems to have been for a war
Quite frankly, I'm willing to call it incompetent.
that was in many ways prefigured by
Well, Stanley, can you pause it for a second? Because, I mean, we've been making movies about these drone swarms for like a couple of decades. And now these motherfuckers are just now catching up. It's fucking stupid. Anyway.
Wait, hold it. What do you mean catching up? They're ahead of us.
Well, exactly. And we're the ones that have been making movies about these drone swarms and shit like that.
All I can say is, it's Trump's fault. He's been telling us how awesome the military is, and You know, we're watching how awesome they are for real. You know, Trump's military is all I'm saying right now is they need to get it together because I don't know what's going on, but it just looks like they weren't very prepared. And now the Houthis are hitting Israel. They couldn't figure out that the Houthis might get into it. Dude, woefully
Yeah, I
unprepared.
read that earlier.
For several years now. So how did that happen? I was motivated to do this video by a report in the New York Times about for promotions female. It's just been otherwise known as racism and misogyny. But in general, I think it's pretty clear, not just that Hegseth doesn't like women, doesn't like non-whites, but also he doesn't like smart people. He doesn't like people who are competent at their jobs. He wants people who are into lethality and dumb shows of force, which is not a good thing in a 21st century military. But I had thought that this would take longer, and I'm wondering whether this is just Hegseth or whether this is a process that has been underway. And of course, it's now accelerated drastically under current management. And so let me explain about Kudloization. In places where I do know something, do know what I'm talking about, which is economic policy making, economic discussion, there has been a longstanding dumbing down on the right wing, a dumbing down of economic thinking, dumbing down of economic discourse, which is a little odd because for an academic field, economics has a lot of conservative people, not extreme right wingers, but a kind of small government, low tax, deregulation.
What's an extreme right winger?
If not that it's necessarily right, but the
MAGA?
simplified models that we use in economics do tend to.
Trump is an extreme right winger.
Why does he have to bring that up?
Because he's saying a lot of economists are conservative, but they're not extreme right wingers. He literally said that.
To point you.
The volume's a little low, I admit.
We like simplified models.
I can hear you fine.
Right. And in some ways, the line of least resistance is to say when the models are right, the market is always right. So there are plenty of people who
turn your own volume up.
Historical standards would be considered conservatives, and some of them have spent over the course of my professional lifetime have spent a lot of time trying to be part of the Republican policy apparatus, have sought appointments in Republican administrations, but more and more, and totally in recent decades, have been frozen out. It turns out that the modern Republican Party doesn't want Greg Mankiw, something they don't want moderately conservative, technically competent economists. They want people who have no idea what they're doing. They want ideologues, or not even ideologues, but loyalists, people who will say whatever it is the party wants them to say. They want Larry Kudlow, Stephen Moore. They want the often wildly incompetent but reliable people who are reliable in part because they're incompetent. Somebody who has a might be tempted to actually someday take a stand on principle, and that's unacceptable. So we have this kind of real extreme, not just political extremism, but complete lack of ability to do the job, which is almost, in a sense, incompetence is a job requirement. We're starting to wonder if that hasn't started to infect the military as well. Certainly the people that someone like Hegseth wants.
That's really funny.
Who believe in.
I was thinking the same thing, that, the fish rots from the head down. And I actually think the incompetence, and if you've ever been in the military, dude, you have an incompetent captain or one who doesn't inspire, his troops. Dude, it is like a disease. It's like a cold, when people lose confidence in their captain. Everybody suffers, and you start getting all kinds of little accidents and morale is low. Yeah, that's a really good point he's bringing up.
Warrior ethos who believe in lethality, who believe in muscles, in an age when war is largely waged by guys staring at video screens, and it's a technological war in which all of those things matter not at all. But anybody who is likely to think that is not this regime, this movement's kind of guy. Now, what worries me, I mean, how much damage could they have done in just 14 months? Well, maybe quite a lot, but it's also true. When I talked with Phillips O'Brien a while back, he said that this rot has been underway for a while, that there's actually a kind of a MAGA-esque faction even within the professional officer corps. And we certainly seem to be seeing that. So it looks as if the worst and the dumbest are not just at the top of the political leadership. They're not just on the diplomacy and strategic policymaking end, but even in the cutting edge of the military. And it's terrifying. I mean, how are we supposed to, America as we knew it may just not exist even in our military forces. On that happy thought, have a great day.
Wow. I don't know. Let's see. Where am I time wise? Seems like everybody wants to nobody wants to be serious this Saturday night. There has been all kinds.
Unserious Saturdays, Stanley.
I can tell you right now, I've been, like I said, I've been in the chats of several different kind of the usual haunts. And there, to someone like me, almost every show I've listened to today has been unlistenable because it's like the stupid people talking about stupid, irrelevant topics. They just seem to be everywhere.
I've seen you this morning over there, Stanley, over there when Gospel of Bob and Black Bear started one.
Oh yeah, I was just
in there for a minute.
Yeah. It didn't impress me at all.
And it's kind of crazy.
Well, I was just
They got one.
I was just there to say hi. Black Bear doesn't. I'm sure he doesn't talk about anything I'm interested in. Usually, the vibe over on Gospel of Bob's is not my aesthetic.
Right.
Oh, here's one for you.
So one of those facts about Donald Trump that should be more widely known than it is, but I'm not sure how well known it is that he doesn't really read. He doesn't really read books, certainly. Certainly doesn't read books, but doesn't really read much of anything other than social media. And when he was president in his first term, it was a struggle for him to read the presidential daily briefing, which is the briefing the president receives every day, which contains kind of a summary of the most important things happening in the world, particularly threats to American lives. He didn't like to read it. They had to provide it to him with lots of pictures and simple diagrams and the kind of thing that his mind can actually understand. Now, Trump has obviously deteriorated, I'd say, cognitively since his first term. We don't talk about it as much as we did with Biden, perhaps because Trump is so belligerent.
Where's the evidence of that?
Here to many people is being declined, but he's clearly decline, you just have to compare Trump today to Trump.
Have you heard Trump speak day to day?
Yeah, he's the most public president in freaking decades. He's always talking.
Yeah, that's the problem. He rambles. He doesn't present. He does not.
hiding in
He
your
does not.
basement like Joe
He
Biden.
does not. Okay, yeah, of course you're going to go to Joe Biden. That's your only defense. You can't deal
Yeah.
with the.
You'd
you
rather
can't
have
deal-
a
no,
president
nope,
that
nope, nope,
hides.
nope. This is not something we're going to go back and forth with. I don't have the patience for it. Bottom line is that he has deteriorated since his first term. He doesn't. When he's talking about the drapes, he's talking about drapes at a Medal of Honor ceremony. Yeah, that's mental decline. And I actually did a
Well,
show.
at least he could find his way off stage, unlike Joe Biden, who
Yes, of
damn
course
near
you have.
fell on
See,
his face.
this is what you got to do.
Let
You
me know
cannot-
when Trump
okay,
can
dude.
find his way off
Okay.
stage, bro.
You don't seem to understand where you are. Okay. Every time you bring up Joe Biden, you sound ridiculous. Joe Biden is not president. We're talking about Donald Trump's decline, not Joe Biden.
Let me know when Trump.
So the whataboutism, I've already warned you. You can stop that whataboutism bullshit. Biden isn't in office. Kamala isn't in office. Trump is in office, and he is cognitively declined since his first term. He's not sharp and crisp. He rambles on, saying the same things over and over on topics that have nothing to do with why he's there. Why he's there to speak in the first place. That's the evidence. Anecdotal as it may be.
Well, at least he can find his way off stage. I'll keep it at that.
From 4, 5, 6 years ago. And it's clear from reporting that Trump today is even more reluctant to read anything, even more reluctant to consume anything that requires any expenditure of mental energy, to the extent that he's even really engaged in the work of the presidency at all. One of the arguments I have made is that effectively Trump isn't really exercising the authority of the presidency that's been devolved down to his assorted scheming viziers like Stephen Miller and Russell Vought, Marco Rubio, et cetera, et cetera. This is all a bit of throat clearing, I apologize, for a report that NBC News has about the war in Iran. And according to NBC News, Trump isn't really getting any kind of briefing about the war from his aides. What he's getting instead every day is a 2-minute highlight reel. A 2-minute highlight reel, mostly of airstrikes and the destruction of Iranian assets. This report also says that Trump is getting information from other places, mostly news reports, and he has had to ask his own generals, his own officials, about whether videos, whether things he sees online are AI or not. He's worried that he's seeing a lot of AI stuff. So he gets this 2-minute briefing that's mostly just a highlight reel of the destruction of Iranian assets, and he is consuming other stuff and worried that it's AI. I have a couple thoughts about this. The first is that it does confirm my suspicion that he engages with the outside world. He receives information in a very truncated and selectively curated way. And that's the case to an extent for all presidents, but
Now, how in the fuck does this guy know what Trump looks at every morning? Total fucking retard, man.
No.
I know what Trump looks at every morning.
Yeah, he's a reporter. Reporters have sources. He's probably right.
Yeah,
Any other
right.
questions? Well, hey, you make yourself feel better.
Bullshit.
You make yourself feel better any way you can.
You like that
presidents
propaganda.
typically get kind of
It's not propaganda. Your boy has lost control of his military. He hired an idiot to be Secretary of Defense. He thought he was going to win this war in like the first week or two. And now the Houthis are firing missiles at Iran. Trump is not in control anymore.
Houthis firing missiles at
Okay,
Iran.
listen
That's a good thing.
listen to what I said. Trump is not in control of events anymore. It's almost like Iran is basically deciding when to end this conflict.
Yeah, right. Whatever.
Obama was quite famous for reading his entire.
10 service members killed yesterday in Saudi Arabia from an Iranian missile strike. You're going to say, yeah, right to that?
You're proud of that.
Listen, no, I think you're proud of it. Your president.
No, you're proud of it. You're the one rooting for Iran.
These are 10 people who didn't have to die. They died directly because of Trump's bad decision making.
So it's all Trump's fault, not Iran.
The blood is on the president's hands.
You're rooting for Iran. I know you are, motherfucker.
No. See, you're confusing your president, who literally is so incompetent that he's starting wars, and our boys are dying because Donald Trump can't read. He is a poor leader and a horrible commander in chief, and people are dying for it.
Entire briefing. But Trump doesn't read anything, and he gets it all as video. And the
How
videos
does
he
he know
gets,
what
according to
Trump
this
reads?
report, are all about American successes.
Motherfucker's
They're not really about the larger strategic picture. And so, to a real extent,
Hey, 12th man, I would bet that he knows what Trump reads more than you do. How do you know what Trump reads or doesn't read?
How in the fuck does he know what Trump
How
reads?
do you know he's wrong?
How do you know he's right?
I don't. But you don't know he's wrong either.
You're the one.
So, okay, bitch, you're not getting my message. Okay, you don't know. If you doubt that he knows, then doubt in silence, God damn it. You don't know shit. He is literally someone with contacts. Why don't you just listen to it instead of interrupting every 2 minutes with drunken drivel?
Trump is kind of flying blind. Obviously, there's input from other people, but he kind of rejects input as well. He's flying blind. He also apparently has trouble distinguishing fantasy from reality, real things from generated things. And although there hasn't been any reporting to prove this, I have long suspected that his aides kind of feed him AI slop. And this partially explains his inability to believe that anything could be going wrong for him. I'd love to see that get confirmed. It's just a suspicion on my.
Oh yeah, the other thing is he seems to think that the economy's doing well. If that's not a mental decline, I can't imagine what is. This dude thinks that we're doing well in Iran. If we're doing so well, why do we have like thousands of troops? He got like, what is it, 2,000 or 5,000 Marines, and we the 82nd Airborne, I think it's the 82nd Airborne, one of the airborne divisions has been either sent over there or put on standby. Doesn't sound like we're winning.
On my part, but it fits. And this adds more to my sense that that is what's happening. The other thing I'd say about all of this is that Trump as a political force, I think, is closer to spent than most people recognize. His approval ratings over the past couple weeks have taken a real sharp decline. He is clearly frustrated with what's happening in domestic politics, almost checked out with the DHS shutdown and what's happening with TSA. The only real domestic policy priority he seems to have is getting the SAVE Act passed into law. But the one thing that Trump does seem to love, that seems to bring him joy, is his ability to inflict death and suffering on others. He really does relish the violent arm of the presidency, the ability of the president to deploy.
And that seems to include his own troops.
Lethal force anywhere around the world. I've made this point before. I've made this argument before that this is
Yeah, he really looks
that kind of gives him meaning, that makes everything else worth it. And the fact that the information they give him every day is a highlight reel of strikes on Iranian positions, basically a snuff film, just reinforces my sense that his use of state violence is as much a satisfaction of some libidinal urge as it is anything else. There's no real upshot to this as far as conclusions go, other than the usual one, which is that the arsenal of the United States, the government of the United States, is in the hands of someone profoundly psychologically ill-equipped to be in that position of power. And arguably this applies to anyone who is president. The kind of person who wants to be president, goes the cliche, really probably shouldn't be president. But even by that standard, even by the standard that you really shouldn't want this job, Donald Trump is clearly psychologically ill-equipped to have the job in the first place. In his first term, we escaped true disaster by way of the fact that the administration was staffed with a lot of people you would find in any kind of Republican administration. And in this second term, those people are gone. We just have the sycophants and the fanatics and the like. And this has meant a series of rolling disasters. And I may do a video on this later, but at this stage, this war in Iran looks like.
Let me also, since he's talking about, or he kind of briefly mentioned domestic policy, Trump seems to relish killing American citizens. That bullshit about those two people in Minnesota being terrorists, domestic terrorists.
They weren't.
No, they weren't.
They were obstructing a federal.
No, they weren't obstructing shit. And even if they were, we expect better out of our law enforcement, and especially federal law enforcement. Even if they were, that's still no excuse, but they weren't. Okay, and I'm not going to go back and forth with you because you are just as uninformed as Donald Trump on matters like this. So I'm not. Let me play. Well, this is just a few minutes. After this, I'm going to play for you a short that I released because I'm just about at my wit's end with people just bullshitting around about stuff they don't know.
Nothing less than an unmitigated disaster for the United States. An easily predictable disaster, that's also the case, but a disaster nonetheless. And honestly, I just don't know what else anyone should have expected here. You put Donald Trump back in office, and here's where we are.
So,
Okay.
Ross Douthat had that column.
What's up, BD?
Mr. Stanley, I only got one quick question for you. I'm in and out, okay? So just bear with me. Why you think the Trump administration hasn't asked the Israeli government or any of these Gulf Arab state governments to send their troops on the ground in Iran instead of sending our troops there?
I don't know. That's a question I can't answer. The only answer I have is it's actually easier for us to send ground troops in than Israel. I mean, we have the troop carriers. etc. I mean, we got the Marine carriers. We can definitely put more troops quicker in Iraq than Israel could. And then there's the whole thing about Israel. Though I don't know if Israel went into Iran, I'm not actually sure that any of the actual Arab states would care that much. But having Israel do it would probably just cause a real regional war. The U.S. somehow or another is a little bit more neutral, if that's possible. Plus, we're their big brother. When they fuck up, even if they fuck up, their big brother has to defend them, I guess.
Okay, I just wanted to put that in the ether because I'm sick of. I don't want to see U.S. troops in Iran. I want to see Israeli troops in Iran. I want to see Saudi Arabian troops and Qatari troops and UAE troops in Iran. That's what I want to see.
Let me put it to you this way: you send Arabs into Iran, and you will have your world war. Arabs and Persians do not get along.
Well, in terms of a world war, you think by sending the Gulf.
What one other thing? You got Shiite versus Sunni. Also, a lot of those Gulf Arab states are Sunni. I'm pretty sure they're Sunni, like Saudi Arabia. The Wahhabis are Sunni, a sect of the Sunnis. Iran's Shiite. So believe me, that's like oil and water.
So basically, you think it would turn more into a religious conflict than a nation versus nation conflict if you send Arab troops in there?
I think you would have all the ingredients you need for a world war. It would be
even without European involvement.
It would be religious. It would be ethnic. Arabs and Persians, they are not the same. And if you told them that, they probably slap you. They do. Saudi Arabia and Iran are pretty much like mortal enemies.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If they mortal enemies, it make more sense to send your mortal enemy on the ground and let them deal with that. We cover y'all from the air and let y'all do all the ground fighting. I mean, at the end of the day, y'all in the neighborhood. We not in the neighborhood.
You do not want that happening with your OPEC nations. You think oil's a problem now? The price of oil? Have that happen, and that will pretty much wind up being a world war because you're not going to be able to get oil out. Everybody's going to be hitting everybody's oil facilities. It's probably better, if there have to be ground troops, just letting the U.S. basically non-Arab countries do it. Or I'm sorry, non-Muslim countries do it.
Well, maybe you're right, Stanley. I just don't like the whole troops on the ground thing. I'm sick of seeing troops on the ground in the Middle East. I know I was in Iraq twice. Like I'm sick of seeing U.S. troops in the Middle East at this point.
Well, I was in the tail end of the first Gulf War. So, I've been to the Persian Gulf. I've been like most of the way through the Straits of Hormuz. I actually liked it over there, to be honest. I've been in the Red Sea. So,
right. The Arabian Sea and all that stuff. Listen, there's a couple of Middle Eastern countries I've been to that. Listen, Kuwait is a first world country.
Yeah, I've been to Kuwait.
Period. Like, Kuwait is a first world country.
When I was in Kuwait, it had been, attacked by Iran. I'm sorry, by Iraq.
By Iraq.
It wasn't looking so great, but yeah. I spent a month in Abu Dhabi. Any vice you could get into in a Western metropolitan city area, you could get into in Abu Dhabi. I loved Abu Dhabi, but I don't know that I want to live there.
Right. I wouldn't want to live in no Middle Eastern country. But some of them are okay. Some of them, you are very modernized and all that stuff. They're not third world countries like how people try to say they are. and they're not.
Well, walk out. Now, the one thing about Abu Dhabi, because I used to like to walk around, which was probably dangerous. I wouldn't do it in 2026, but back in like 1991, I'm a kind of a wanderer, and I don't like going on tours. I don't want to see what the tourists see. I want to see the real. So you walk back then anyway. You walk to the outskirts of Abu Dhabi. And yeah, that's where your third world, outside the city, that's where the third world begins.
Right.
There was like open sewage and shit.
Wow.
But again, that's back in the early 90s. We're talking, what, 30 years ago, 40 years ago.
All right. Well, I just wanted to ask that. Let me jump off of here. Like I said, I was in and out.
Okay.
Thank you for having me, my brother.
Yes, sir. So this is the short, and this is really everybody look at the title of the show, and I have felt this way all day. People are getting up to these panels and they are living a fact-free life. They will bring up every diversion, they will bring up every tangent. I don't know the answer, doesn't seem to exist in these people's vocabulary. And it just so happened that I had said this on a show the other day and I clipped it. And for some reason or another, I can't really figure out the rhyme or reason why people like shorts, one short over another. But in last count, this thing had like let's see, what is it? Hold on one sec here. Yeah, this particular short, it looks like it's stalled out, but this short has 634 views, which for me is a big deal. So let's listen to this. MAGA is the problem. I don't think the right.
MAGA is a slogan, so
Okay,
you have a
goddamn.
problem.
Wait, okay. The right per se might be a problem, but it's not the current problem. MAGA is the current problem, and the right is not a monolith. These two people, well, Francis Fukuyama, he's got a whole thing about why he's not a conservative anymore. Mona Charen is basically, I guess she'd call herself a classical liberal, but on the right. MAGA is the problem, not the right per se. MAGA is the problem. I don't think the right.
MAGA is a slogan, so you have a
goddamn
problem.
it. Okay. Shoot, I'm sorry, I was muted. This one is called Know Your Stuff or Be Quiet. And I've just felt like this all day. Agree with me, you may not agree with me, but the one prerequisite is know what the hell you're talking about. And too many times people will just come up here spewing talking points or stuff they've heard on other channels. And it is just so annoying. And if you're a 20-year-old, sure, I'm going to have a lot of patience with you. But dude, if you're like 55 and you are just uninformed to the degree that a lot of these content creators who want to talk politics and culture, some of these guys are stunningly uninformed. And 6 months ago, I was probably, concerned. 6 months later, I'm like, dude, I'll let you stew in your stupidity, but I don't need to give you an opportunity to present what I already know you're going to get wrong. I don't have that kind of patience. And yeah, it's kind of conceited, and yeah, it's probably a little snooty, and yeah, it probably pisses people off. But a lot of people don't come up to my panel for just that reason. And I'm not going to indulge. This is not kindergarten. Know your shit or be quiet. Agree. Yeah, and I feel just like that. I'm just tired of dealing with people who just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. making it up as you go along or spewing something that you heard someone else say without actually verifying it in one way, shape, or form yourself. I can tell when people are sure of their point. A lot of times I will know, especially conservative positions or conservative talking points. Most of the news I consume, or a good part, at least probably 60 to 70%, is conservative news sources, because I know what the left thinks, because I happen to be one of them. Knowing what, MAGA thinks, or, that sort of thing, to me is much more important, since most of my audience tends to lean MAGA. So it does not hurt my feelings. Every now and again, somebody will say, well, Stanley, nobody ever wants to come up to your panels. My response is, good. Don't come up here if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Or, come up here and, we can talk about something other than politics or current events. I'm more than willing to do that. But, like a 12th man coming up here, how does he know? Well, how do you know? The guy's a New York Times reporter and has been for quite some time. And he's worked for other news outlets. He's bound to have sources. That's what reporters do, especially the big, the ones working in the big leagues. They tend to have sources. They tend to have, the quote unnamed sources say. So, somebody tucked away in nowhere, Alaska, acting like he is some authority on the goings on in Washington. Dude, you don't even read newspapers. Other than Fox and Friends. I think that's 12th Man's main news source, Fox and Friends. I'm just saying, dude, the gloves are off with these people. All right, let's see. There was supposed to be No Kings Pro. Oh, well, I guess that's over too. I have not watched any of this No King stuff, mainly because I wasn't particularly interested. Let's see. What else do we have here? If anything, I'm actually thinking that oops, I've got to I don't have to get up that early in the morning, but doesn't seem like anybody is up for a show tonight, and I don't have anything that's horribly entertaining. I did watch the Anton. One of the big things that got talked about was Anton Daniels' interview with Stephen A. Smith. I watched it. I actually watched the whole thing. It was a nothing burger, to be honest. As a matter of fact, I put out something Anton said. Let's see. Let's do this. Because I put out a poll, which nobody seemed to have a post. I'm sorry, that has a poll on it, and basically, the question is, who thinks Anton Daniels is fit for public office? And so, towards the end, the question was asked. Let's see.
And standing on that.
Let me towards the end, Stephen A. Smith starts talking about Anton Daniels possibly running for office. And I kind of chuckled when I heard that. If Anton Daniels ever decided to run for Congress or something like that, they just pull out these YouTube videos. It's all up on YouTube. I don't think I think that his YouTube career would basically be an impediment to anything significant as far as politics goes. And listening to Stephen A. Smith and Anton, it was like hearing two ninth graders talking about politics. It was just a lot of talking points. I listened to Angry Man, apparently on Cellulite's channel. I think it was Cellulite's channel. They got like a bunch of people up there to debate something or another. And, Sharon was there, Cellulite, Raw G, Angry Man. And I listened to about, I listened in and out. I was in and out, probably all told about 30 minutes. And it was a shit show. These guys are just really bad at this like debate and politics, because they really just it's all talking points. Angry Man sitting there getting all belligerent about how black people are the most violent people in America. And the problem is that he's wrong about that. He's bought into this talking point about it's very much like Be Brave, where he just wants to look at specific areas like urban centers and street crime. That's all they want to look at. They do not want to look at anything. They don't want to look at other types of violent crime, especially. Oh boy, look who's here. What's up? It's my time.
Hi, how are you?
Pretty good. I'm just sitting up here all by my lonesome.
I know, that's why I came.
Oh, well, that's so kind of you. Just kind of rambling, deciding whether I should stay or should I stay or should I go?
Can I put just my can I put my not my face? How do you do that when you take your
Just turn your camera off.
No, I don't never do this.
If you go over to do you see you should have an option there on the bottom. There you go. Yep, that was it.
Yeah.
It wouldn't
I
hurt
don't
my
mind
feelings if
being on, but I heard you said nobody wants to come up and
Oh,
I'm gonna surprise him tonight.
well, that's so nice. It is
Yeah.
definitely a pleasant surprise.
It's good to meet
What
you. But I'm
you
not
too.
seeing your face, so I thought maybe we'd cam up together.
Oh, I never do. I'd have to comb my hair.
I didn't call mine yet.
Well, I'll do that. Let me find my Afro pick. Let's see what is let's see what is
That
Speak
would be a
Radio
blast,
saying here. I
wouldn't
can't.
it? Let me turn my TV down. I always look at you on TV, and I know it's going to be a background noise.
Oh, that's all right. Well, just yeah, if you turn it down, it'll be all right. I don't hear an echo.
Is that better?
Yeah, it wasn't bad in the first place.
Okay. Here we are, Stanley.
Here we are. Just one quick thing. Let me talk to Speak Radio here. Speak.
Sure.
I haven't been. I've heard Drewski. I kind of know a little bit about it. I literally went from show to show to show, and there was nothing out there that was even remotely interesting that people were talking about today. And this big thing that they were talking about. Have you got wind of? Apparently, Sharon. Do you know the Wildest Wake Up Show? Sharon Bracey. My Time.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not missing anything, but there's a thing going around where they were talking about nude beaches and whether you would take your kids to a nude beach. And from what I gather, all that Sharon said was, "Hey, that's not a problem," you know. And the way I took it is, "Hey, if someone decides to take their kids to a nude beach, it's no problem. You know, it's no skin off of his nose or anybody else's nose. Now, you may have an opinion about it, but it's not the end of the world. And it's certainly not worth, you know, the last 2 or 3 days, people doing whole shows about that comment. You know, there's a war going on. There's just a lot more serious topics. And maybe it's just me. I just get, you know, it was an interesting that it came up at all is kind of amazing. Why would people even be talking about nude beaches? But I just kind of shook my head today. Like, why are these people even talking about this sort of stuff? But
I would agree.
mhm.
But some things I don't even, you know, some things I don't even say anything. You know, if you know nothing about it, I don't know nothing about a nude beach. So why would I even make a comment or even say anything? I don't know anything about that.
And you know, that's the thing about it. Now, I've actually been to a nude beach once, and let me tell you, I think it was on St. John. And the funny thing was, I don't even know, we were in the Caribbean. I was in the Navy, and we had a port call in St. John. We anchored out in the bay or the harbor, and you know, they happened, and this is like back in the early 90s, but they had a nude beach. So, you know, all the little young officers, ooh, nude beach. And so we made the long trek. We must have walked, like, once we got ashore, we must have walked like 5 miles trying to find the nude beach, thinking, you know, there'd be hot girls or whatever, you know, whatever a 23-year-old is looking for. So we get there, and it was just a bunch of gay guys playing leapfrog in the water. So we were sorely disappointed. So that's my one nude beach experience. It was a bunch of naked guys playing leapfrog, and you know,
Sure,
of
it
course,
wasn't
there were no.
interesting. I'm sure you had no interest in that.
No, as a matter of fact, it was a sore disappointment. You know, we kind of went there. We didn't even sit down. It's like, oh, that's what they're doing. We turned around and went back to the bar or something. But what I'm saying is that's my one time, and it's kind of based on what you're saying. Most of these people have probably never even been to a nude beach. And why are we what other people do, sometimes it's not really even worth contemplating. You know, if somebody wants to take their kids to a nude beach, I don't know why I would care, to be honest. I might make a comment, but that would be about it. But these guys just want to they want to make a federal case and do whole shows about it and make up stuff. And it was just, and these are people who are in their 40s. That's the other thing that amazes me. These are not, you know, 20-year-olds just, you know, on a boring Saturday night. These are adults, like good in a, you know, like 40, 50-year-olds.
And so we know that over time, you know, well, biblically, our bodies are to return to from which they came, and the Bible says death. And so our bodies are going to be deteriorating and decaying. And so as we get older, I'll be 63 on Friday next week.
Oh, congratulations.
And
You'll need
I know.
to come back. We'll drop your We'll drop your Cash App and just have a little party.
That would be nice. And I don't think I would step on a beach with a 63-year-old body. You know, yes, I'm still very youthful, and I thank God, you know, that I'm not you know, the average 63-year-old, because
Oh,
I
I'll
have
say.
2 sons that thank you, Stanley. I have 2 sons that love on me like God. I loved on them and they love on me. And I have 5 grandchildren.
Oh,
And
wow.
I tell you, I am the happiest grandmother and mother that I know.
Well,
So
good for you.
I'm loving life, and I have no interest in a nude beach or some things I'm just quiet about because, you know, some people may have interest in those conversations, but actually, me putting my body on a nude beach, absolutely not. And so, wouldn't anybody have to get online and try to tear me down or say, "Oh, this old lady," or "You're so old"? Like I was on CT panel,
Really?
I love CT. Don't
Do
get
you
me
really?
wrong. I do. I've been with him for so long, and
How
why
did
I'm
I
not
how did
on
I
there
miss you? I used
why
to
I'm
be
not
over
on
there
this
all the
today has
time.
nothing to do with CT, nothing to do with him, but it was this little young guy, and I was wearing a wig on one of my profiles. So I
Mhm.
have very long natural hair.
Mhm.
Um, he began to talk about it. I said, "You don't even know, you you don't even live to be 63, young man." And I was gonna begin to go in, you know, because older people can go in like
Oh,
we
yeah.
you know what I'm saying? But I try to hold back because I've embarrassed myself online a couple of times, and I said, "Lord, I'll never do it again if you just forgive me." And I just put a muzzle on my mouth. I said, "I will never do this again," you know? So I just left it alone. I said, "Well, if you're going to allow this as an elder," and they were like, that day, they were like, "We should make this for people that are 40 and under." I'm like, "Okay, well, if this is what it is, you know, maybe I don't belong in this circle." And actually, I'm not trying to fit into nobody's circle. And later on, a lady texted me, or she messaged me, and she said, "And I'm going to make sure that you're not here." I said, "I'm not a damn rabbit." You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna hide out in your you know, I'm not in the what do they call it when you hide out and look at stuff? I can't think of what
I'm
the kids call it.
when you hide out,
And you
I don't
look at the people's channels or whatever. What do they
oh, you're in the clouds or in the bushes.
Yes, I said I'm not a damn rabbit. I don't have to be in nobody's bushes. I have plenty of things to do, you know. I can go to
Well,
the
you
park
know,
or go to the
it's
library with my grandchildren. I don't have to hide out in nobody's bushes, but I enjoy YouTube and I enjoy a lot of people that I've supported. And I have supported so many people,
right.
but you know, it doesn't come back to me, but it doesn't matter because I've looked at how many people that are really on YouTube, and I've looked at the people that are um, really doing very well. You know, like
Mhm.
the DDGs and his mother. I'm more like
I'm
in,
not familiar.
yeah, his
It
mother.
seems like I've heard
His
DDG
mother's name
before,
is
but it's
Tanya. and she cooks for the family. And she's really not, she's kind of shy. And I just love her. And she's very youthful. And they really love on their mother and they pray and, you know, they love God. And I see how come they've made it to where they've made it. And Beloved's life, I love her too. I don't watch her as much as I used to watch her back in the day, but I watch a lot of people, older women that are on YouTube, and they're doing their thing. The lady that you had put on the other night with the fishing, and she was going down and catching the crabs.
Yeah.
I've been looking at her lately, and I like her a
Well,
lot.
good for you.
So, you know, in the little circles that they try to kick you out of, or they try to make you feel ashamed or like you don't belong, there's so many channels on YouTube. I'm thinking, what makes anyone think that that's it? You know, that's not it. You know, I'm more
Well,
interested in people that have topics. I look at you because I don't look at the news. So I get the updates on things that,
a lot of people say that.
yeah, I get the updates on what's going on in the world until people come in and they start being something that they really don't need to be. Just listen and see what you can get, and what you can get, take from
Well,
it. And
you
what
know,
you
it's
can't
funny
take
that you
from it, keep it there. Leave the rest there. But whatever you can learn
right.
from, just take from that. Because when I start my channel, you can best believe.
I was gonna ask you about that. I thought well,
Yeah.
you've got a channel. Are you gonna start doing lives on it?
Yeah, I have a whole room that I can cook in. I have a conference
Oh,
room.
really?
And my son's buying me a camera for my birthday. I just don't
Oh,
want to do
nice.
it ratchet. I want to do it very professional. And I grew up looking
Uh,
at Martha Stewart and all the ladies on the channels before anybody was around. You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
You know, I'm like, these were kids when I was looking at YouTubes. And I'm serious. They were kids. And I was looking at Martha
Well,
Stewart when I was like in my 20s. This is 43
well,
years
yeah.
ago.
I'm just basically a couple years younger than you. Well, I just turned 61, so I will
Oh,
be
my
2
God, you're
years
so
younger.
much younger, Stanley. You're 2 years younger than I am.
I don't know. At our age, it's not 2 years is I don't know. I guess it could be a lot. You know, I kind
Whatever.
of feel once you cross 60, if you're within 5 years, you're you know, it's you know, I know 2 years can make a huge difference.
Well,
Uh,
you thought I
but
was 61, but then I text you and told you I'm not 63. I mean, I'm not
right.
61. And then I
62.
corrected you and you said, and I think she's married. I said, no, I've been divorced for 9 years.
Oh,
And
really?
I
I don't know.
told
I don't
you,
know why I thought that. For I don't know. It was one of your shorts, maybe. Um, so,
I said me
but
and Mr. McClendon are doing very well because we are. He's doing well and I'm doing well. And that's it. And that's all. And if people want to
right.
see anything about us, I can happily call him and say, hey, jump on my channel and let them know that you love God and there's nothing that nobody can do about it, but just know that you love God, you know. This man was my pastor for several years. And I know he
Mhm.
loved God, but it's just our season was up.
Right.
However, um, it's all good. I'm happily single, been for 9 years. Doesn't mean that I'm lonely. And I'm about to tell you
Oh,
too my business.
yeah. Well, you know, I've basically my son's a sophomore in college. I started late, so you know, YouTube has kind of become my my thing, since I have more time on my hands. And I've always liked politics and culture and stuff like that. So it's kind of you know,
My
I
son used
so
to debate. You ever heard of debate in high school?
yeah, I was never on the debate team, but I've just always been good, with arguments and that sort of thing. I'm not I'm not what you would call a debate bro. A lot of these people like excuse me, Sharon and Angry Man and a bunch of people, like 9 or 10 people hopped up on a show today and they were debating some topic or something. And I don't like going back and forth unless, I'd be okay if I prepared for it. Usually with debates, you kind of know what the questions are going to be, or what the topics are going to be, so you have time to research. But it's, my opinion. I had a friend of mine, and sometimes we'd go back and forth. This was before I ever got on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
We would go back and forth. It was on a political Discord, and he would go, "Well, no, what you said is just some sort of fallacy." And I laughed and told him, "Son, we're not in high school. I don't give a damn about fallacies or rules or anything like that." And on YouTube, I get a lot of, well, Stanley, once you go to ad hominems, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, ad hominems are part of my argument. A lot of times I'll go back and forth with people. Oh, lost her. I'll go back and forth with people. And once I get to a point that I feel, well, this dude has no idea what he or she is talking about, I just go into ad hominem mode. If I'm going to have to be frustrated, I'm just going to have fun with it. And, I will just make you give up by joking, by making jokes. And it makes a lot of people mad. You're back.
Yeah, I don't know what I touched, but I touched something.
Oh,
And,
it happens on a phone.
yeah. Um,
Well, when do you have plans on when you're gonna go live or get everything?
actually, after my birthday, I have a dining room that I'm going to be doing cooking videos, and I also am going to be doing aging backwards. I'm working out, and I'm working with a physical trainer, and
Mhm.
I'm trying to teach my grandchildren how to cook so they can come on board with me. I'm
Oh,
not doing it
nice.
alone, so they need a little bit of training.
Mhm.
Um, so we're gonna do it together, and um, it's not gonna just be me. It's gonna be my family, my son and my grandkids.
Well, that
So
actually sounds like, that sounds like an idea that could go big.
yeah, I think it very well could. And my oldest son, he's a chef,
Oh,
and my
wow, really?
youngest son, he's a senior for an organ. I don't want to say where he works, but he's
Mhm.
doing very well. He's a senior in his company. Um,
Yeah, that's tough work,
and
being
both of
a
them are
professional chef.
coaches. They're coaches,
Mhm.
so they help younger kids. They've been coaching for about maybe over 10 years, maybe about 15
What do
years.
they coach?
They coach all season. They coach basketball, baseball, football, and they keep the inner city kids, out of trouble. And they've been doing this with a pastor in the inner city for some years.
Well,
Um,
good for them.
yeah, they're real good kids. My youngest son was um on the pulpit at the age of 9. He was preaching his first sermon at the age of 9 in my
Wow.
congregation because I'm an ordained pastor. My children grew up in the church, and
hmm
I know they can't really go far from it. So we're a family that loves God, and I'm not under religion. By no means. I'm not even I don't even associate with it, but I love God. Um, so my youngest son, he's a cancer survivor. Both of my children got a full ride in high school. They both got scholarships to play basketball and football. One ended up
Wow.
with tuberculosis and one ended up with cancer. By the grace of God, they're still here. And by
Well,
the
what do
grace
you
of
get?
God, I'm still
Tuberculosis
here.
on the football team?
He got he ended up with cancer, and my other son ended up with tuberculosis, and they didn't finish college, but they are living the rest of their life giving back to what they loved. One loved
hmm
football and one loved basketball. Their names are Jermaine and Jamar, and
hmm
they are beautiful fathers. I'm telling you, I'm so proud of my sons. It's nothing in this YouTube audience that can make me feel any way. I'm so happy. I feel blessed of God and highly favored of God to see my sons grow up to be such great men.
Right.
Um, and being single, I guess I was married for like 22 years. So I'm not like curious about marriage or, I'm not missing
Well,
being alone.
I kind of feel the same way. You know, my wife died. I guess it'll be 13 years this.
I was listening to
See,
your whole story the
yeah,
other night.
it'll and
Yeah.
I was so kind of wrapped up making sure that my son, was wound up where he needs to be. That once the smoke is cleared and I have a little bit more time to think about it, I'm kind of the same way. I'm fine, and I think a lot of people, I think they've gotten used to it. But I know people, and I call them old YNs, just kind of wonder, well, how can you be just kind of happy, with, I don't know. I don't know whether they expect me to run the streets or exactly what they're expecting, but, there are things to do. My mother used to always compliment me when I was a kid that, I was always able to entertain myself. And, there is always something to do.
Everyone has a story. I
Mhm.
would say that my children, and I do this with a sincere heart, and if he ever sees this or if he ever is listening, all he would do is smile. My children have one of the best fathers because my father was the best father.
Mhm.
They have the best father that any child could have, and still. So I've never been a woman that had to suffer and be deprived of needing anything. I've never wanted for anything. That's why I'm so grateful to God. I'm telling you, I'm not trying to turn this into a religious or a gospel channel, but without God, I'm nothing. And without God, Stanley, you're nothing. Maybe you don't probably believe, like
Well,
believe, or
I'm
maybe,
the stereotypical failed Catholic.
yeah. Well, I grew up Lutheran.
Oh,
I
did you
never
really?
knew about, how the church teaches of the blood of Jesus and speaking in tongues and all that. I never knew about any of that when I came to Minnesota. That stuff was weird to me, but as I
Oh, okay.
studied,
Well, that
as
makes
I-
sense. You would
yeah,
be Lutheran coming from Minnesota.
but when I got to Minnesota after I matured and learned the word of God, I ended up getting the keys to a Lutheran ministry. They gave me the keys to the grounds of a whole ministry. I'm talking about a dining room, uh, a theater of maybe 800 people seating. Never paid a dime for 9 years. So that was favor like every bishop and pastor had never seen. And I preached
Wow.
at many churches in Minnesota. The cathedral, Holy Cathedral, one of the um well-known bishops, here and even in my hometown. I preached at many ministries here. But after divorce, I stepped out and I moved to Duluth, Minnesota, where it's really, really cold. And I
Well, I
healed.
have a
I healed
I have a
from divorce, and I'm just coming back to Minneapolis, but I'm not in Minneapolis.
I have a friend from college that I've known for 35 years who's still in Minneapolis. Well, he was from Minneapolis, but still there. As a matter of fact, I need to call him next week because it's been a while since we talked. And it's so funny because I literally for 30 years have been saying, gee, I need to get up there to Minneapolis to visit you one of these days. And every time, it used to be every time I had the time, it was cold. And there's no way I'm going up there in the wintertime, not unless I have to.
You don't want
That's
to go to Duluth. Just picture, imagine living there. So living down here in the suburbs of Minnesota. Oh my God, it feels like it's night and day. Like my son, he's always over me about anything I do. Mommy, it's too cold. Stay in. Do you need anything? I'll DoorDash, whatever you need. It's too cold. Don't go outside. I'm like, Jermaine, living here is like the summertime compared to Duluth. Duluth, I'm telling you, is deadly. I, I, once you live in Duluth, you can live anywhere cold. Duluth is
Well,
like heartbreaking cold. It'll hurt your feelings. I'm serious. Duluth
well,
will hurt
I
your
lived in
feelings.
I lived in Newport, Rhode Island for a couple years. It was the first place that I'd lived as an adult outside of Savannah. And boy, howdy, I almost cried because I went to Navy OCS up there. And then my first ship, when I got my first assignment, it was stationed in Newport, Rhode Island. And I literally almost shed tears because it's like it was, it would get dark at like 4, it started getting dark about 4 in the afternoon. And my thin Savannah blood just was not taking that cold very well.
Mm. I
So
have a
I
bone to
can
pick
only
with you,
imagine what the Midwest is like.
Stanley. I have a bone to pick with you.
What's that?
I wasn't going to cam up until after my birthday because I'm doing a lot. I'm getting ready for like 3 parties this week. That's
All
why I
for you?
yeah, my grandkids are giving me a party, my son is giving me a party, and then I'm going to give me a party. But you should have cammed up with me tonight.
Yeah, well, I'm sitting at my grandmother's old house, and like I said, I'd have to get up, and my hair, unfortunately, it's not cut short. It's just been kind of, the Frederick Douglass thing is a running joke because
Have you
Pretty
ever
much.
heard the song by Erica Badu? I am not my hair. Nobody cares about your
Uh,
hair, Stanley.
well, no, you don't know my all my YouTube friends. Believe me, they are clip gods.
They're gonna be like, ew.
Have you ever seen do you ever tune into Nidish's show?
You invited me there, and it's a hot
Oh, okay.
mess.
Well, it's a hot mess, all right. But
No,
have you seen
it's
his
not. No,
graphics?
it's a good show, and you know what? The music
Yeah.
is I
Well, the
love, love,
music is
love. It's
I think the
awesome.
music is the best part.
I know that's what I like going on there for the music, but the arguments, I don't like that. I don't like, but it is like comical at some point, but at some point I don't even. I'm like my YouTube. It like stays on. I sleep with my TV on, so people probably think I'm on YouTube a lot, but I'm actually not. But if I could support somebody's channel that's doing overnight videos, I'll keep my TV on their channel and I'll like it and I'll keep it there just to, help them get hours and whatever. Sometimes I'm on your channel for hours and hours and hours, but I literally doze off, but I'll keep your channel on and I'll,
Well, I don't my
you
my
know,
channel is good for that.
yeah, I'll do that for anybody. I did that for CT. I kept his channel going. Even if I left the house, I'd keep his channel on just to give him the hours. And that's support in of itself because that's my electric bill. I'm paying money to keep my TV on all night. But
Well,
when I can
that is
support someone like DDG, he's in where is he at? He's in Africa right now. And he
what's
is I just
what's
love
the
him
name of
so much.
his channel?
That's his name, DDG. And he's got like millions of subscribers. And
Oh yeah, I just found it.
he's the most caring, loving young man. And he's like really, really intelligent. He graduated
Mhm.
and he's a valedictorian. He's loves his mother and loves his child.
Is he
I
from
I
Minnesota
support
as
him.
well?
What did you say?
Oh shoot, he's got like 4 million subscribers. Wow.
Yes. And I don't mind, because personally, he minds his own business and he does things that I mean, he's in Africa right now and he's so funny. He doesn't know he found out that he did a family trait or how you trait you look at your background or you do some family history and see where you're from or if you
Mhm.
have African blood or whatever. He did that and
Yeah,
found
like a
he was
DNA test.
he did that and found out he was African.
So what's your goal?
So now he goes and visits Africa and he is so comical. Oh
Is
my
that his
God.
girlfriend?
No,
Oh,
he's single.
oh, okay. No, I
He's
saw this girl here.
single.
So it's apparently a restaurant.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll
he
check
was
him out.
teaching her how to spire. He was teaching her how to box. And it was so funny. You know what? That young man, I salute him, and if people would hate on him or whatever, I'm like, do what he did to get where he is. I've inboxed him personally to ask him to sponsor my channel that's coming up.
Mhm.
If he does, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But I hope that he helps me because I'm
Yeah,
trying to
well, I mean,
connect with people with people like
he
that.
obviously has some reach with that many subscribers.
Yeah, I've reached out to him and asked him to help me with my channel. Yeah, very smart guy. And when it comes to YouTube, look at his numbers and look at he obviously knows what he's doing. And I'm studying other stuff on YouTube So I'm
Mhm.
not done studying. So I don't know when I'm going to come on because I don't know everything. I need to know a
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I think I kind of started on a guy named John Galt's channel, so a lot of the basics I just kind of learned from my good buddy Portia. But a lot of it I've had to like figure out on my own. Like when I set up my channel, basically hooked it up to StreamYard. I had to figure it out myself. But I'm good with computers, so it was kind of intuitive.
I'm not. And I wanted to reach out to the one guy that does the guy we were talking about earlier that you invited me on his channel.
Um,
I think he does some good work.
I'm trying to think if it wasn't Nightish. You mean Savage?
Nidus. No. I don't know Savage. Nidus.
Yeah.
I wanted him to do some work for me, but I don't know how to reach him.
Oh, just well,
My
his
email is on
channel.
my email is on my channel.
Wait, he might even be on somebody's show right now. Let me see. I thought I saw him on. Wait, hold on one sec. I think.
I would
I,
pay him. I would pay him if he
oh well,
would help
he
me
would
out.
definitely appreciate that. Hold on one. Oops. Give me one sec, because I saw him on what's her name? Damn it! I saw him on Nasus's channel,
Yes.
which is Gospel of Bob. There it is. Let's see if he's still there. Yeah, he's here. I'll drop this link.
Yeah, can you have him to reach out to me? I wanna ask him to do some work for me.
Well, you ask him.
I yeah, I can do that. I don't know very many people. I just know the people
He's
that I know,
or he might. Oh, there he is. Yeah,
in the
he
little circle that we're
he's
in.
right
I only
here.
know Here for the Tea, and I know More Love, Mo Love,
Yeah,
and I know
T's
CP.
on this panel right now
I know
with
I know
Nightish.
CP, and I know I can't think of her name. She has dreadlocks. I can't think of her name for some reason. And I really do
Are
Rod.
you thinking
Rod
of
girl. And of course I
Oh
love
yeah.
I love Cheapo. And other than that, personally, I've been following them for years. And it's
Really?
just was for years, but I kind of had to step back, because my age, and I'm not going to go back and forth with someone that's younger than my children. You know what I'm saying? Um, I I just want to be
Well, I mean,
respectable.
most of the people that I interact with are in their 40s. Looking at my channel demographics, for instance, the core of the audience is between 35 and 65.
But
So,
I love
most of the
them all, and there's nothing they can do about it but love me back. I love them all, and I've supported each and every channel that I've mentioned. I love
Mhm.
them all, and I just stepped back away from the channel because I just felt out of place.
Well, see, I'm the opposite. I guess I tend to be somewhat more
No,
aggressive.
very.
I don't have a problem because see,
No,
I guess
don't say more. Be honest. You're very
Mhm.
aggressive.
I don't know about very. Let's put it this
You are.
way. If I think I'm right, I will be assertive. Assertive is a better word.
You're Aries too, aren't you?
Pisces.
Thought you were an Aries.
Nope, March 12th.
Well, all I can see is Stanley makes some good points, and I don't even feel like you're argumentative. I think you just you don't like people to play around with your seriousness. You know, when you're serious about something, you don't like people playing games with what you're serious about. So I think that bothers you. And
Well, I'll tell you what bothers me. I mean, I'm all for the fun and stuff, but I have always felt that Black Americans really, it's almost like an old-fashioned W.E.B. Du Bois or even Booker T. Washington. Um, I I don't want to say it's exactly you have to work twice as hard. It's not exactly that, but we talk a lot about, well, not we, but a lot of Black people talk about, well, why can't we all pull together? Why do we have to, compete with immigrants? That sort of thing, the Black jobs thing. And I'm like, well, most of it, at least in these YouTube streets, it's because people are willfully ignorant. Okay, people, give me a lot of grief for reading books. And it kind of shocked me. I'm like, what? Why? I mean, books, you learn stuff from books. It doesn't have to be all about books, but a 55-year-old who doesn't have like a lot of general knowledge, um, it it's kind of disappointing. And I think the only way in the United States, we have a lot of people, civil rights leaders, and even before, all going all the way back to, let's just say, the Frederick Douglass era. We've had a lot of people go out and risk their lives. So, um, you know, generations of Black people could do better. And it just seems to me a real tragedy that we have the opportunity in 2026 to take full advantage of what it is to be an American citizen, and we just kind of squander it. It's a problem, and it will continue to be a problem. And I think there's ample evidence, and it doesn't have to be. America is fundamentally racist, and if you don't watch it, you can be kind of stopped by barriers. There's almost nothing a Black American can't do, but you've got to do it right. It's not going to be handed to you on a silver platter. And this idea that we have to be like the Asians, or we have to be like the Jews, and we have to be like this, that, or the other. Nope, we don't have to. We can be ourselves and we can thrive. But the first thing you need to do is like learn stuff, take advantage of that high school. It's chopped liver, etc.
I'm not going to get put in the back by interrupting you, for sure.
Oh, no.
Because I know you're good at doing that. If
Well,
someone,
no, to be honest, I don't. It's usually the usual suspects that it happens to. It just so happens that, a lot of the times, it's almost like a running gag, but it's only a few people that I have to do that to, and it winds up being the same people over and over.
I
Let
think
me let me say,
last night, let me say this. Last night, I started to wake up and compliment you for the patience and the kindness that you showed toward Mike. But then, as I got ready to do it, it just went left or whatever. I'm like, wow, I'm glad I didn't do anything because
well,
it went all over the place. But then I was listening today and I found out Mike was sick. So I think that's the same Mike. I found out he was sick, and or he may not be allegedly. Maybe I'll say that. But if
Well,
he
let me
is,
put it to you this way. When he left my show, he went right over to Nightish with the same foolishness. He, Mike gets in a mood where he's doing a lot of this on purpose just to trigger me. And it just so happens that I'm visiting relatives, so I can't just blow up. I thought you meant Mike 123, right?
no, the mic that you you call
Yeah,
your
that's
son,
my
or the mic that you
that's
call
my
boys. But
yeah,
anyway, I
that's
heard that he
Mike 123.
yeah,
No, you
maybe I'm
that's
thinking
a
of that's why I don't
yeah.
like saying stuff on the internet. But however, be it as it
No,
may, but
it's a different Mike.
oh, okay. Well, I ask God to heal him in any
Well,
situation that he's going through.
both of them need your prayers.
Well, and I'm going to pray for both of them. But I want to tell
Definitely.
you about something while we're talking about reading books. There's a
Okay.
story. Can I talk about the Bible?
Oh yeah. I
Okay,
I
there's a
I
story.
grew up reading it. Sure, why not?
There's a story that I read in the Bible. Um, and it's a story where Jesus was on the boat with his disciples.
Mhm.
Now, there was a great um, storm, I'll call it a storm, a shaking, where the disciples wanted to wake Jesus up and tell him, hey, there's a storm here. And they were worried and they were wondering why Jesus wasn't worried. But then as you read, it goes on to say that Jesus was yet in the middle of the ocean. I would say it's not a lake, it's
It was a Sea of Galilee, right?
the sea. Yeah. He's in the middle of the sea and he's like, come hither
Mhm.
to
Yeah.
one of his disciples. And so when we read that, um, I don't think we're supposed to read the Bible like a book. I read that and I hear in my spirit that we're just supposed to know that when we're going through great trials and tribulations, we ought to know that Jesus is not far away, and we're not supposed to fear um, things as we fear things. When we're shaking Jesus with our tongues and prayers, and I've been blessed with that gift, so I know it's real. When we're shaking Jesus with our tongues and our prayers and our tears and our snot and all that, we're shaking ourself up. We're shaking ourself up. We're not shaking Jesus because he's telling us, be not dismayed, be not moved, be not touched, be not bothered. He's telling us this all the time. In other words, we're not to read that story like it's something that we're supposed to understand. We're reading it like a book. We're reading it like, this is just a message. And a lot of people get real religious with the message that God is sharing with us. That book, that long as that story is, it's only saying one thing, as just don't be troubled in troubling times, because God is with. If we really believe God, we want to believe that God is with us in those troubling times. So when we come on YouTube, I think of that story a lot of times when people get all shaken up and all bothered and all wanting to go against one another. I say, this is such a mess, but you know what? I'm not going to ever be bothered by this. These
well, you
things are,
shouldn't be.
yeah, these things are going to happen. Just as what's
Well, see,
happening, the war and whatever is going on, it's got to happen. You know, I want to break into some of the conversation and say, do you not know that these things are supposed to come to pass? These things must take place.
Well, have you? So you've been to Mo Love's
Oh,
Sunday?
yeah, I
Is
love
it?
Mo Love. But yeah,
Okay, so
I've been there
you
and
know
we'll,
Bolo, in that crowd, right?
I don't know Bola, but I know
Okay,
Mo
well,
Love.
Mo Love has kind of a Bible study sort of thing on Sunday nights. You would probably really love that. Let me see, can I
I know
find the
all
link?
about that, Stanley. I
Oh,
know
do you?
about
Okay.
them for
Well, you
years.
don't Bolo is like her co-host, I thought.
Well, you know, I
Bolo TV?
whatever they're doing, it says when two come together and they're discussing the things of God, then God is in the midst of that thing that
Mm-hmm.
they're discussing. So I believe God is in it, and I have no judgment for who's doing whatever or who's doing whatever. I just believe God loves more love, and God loves Bolo. You know, I have no no dog in the fight. You know what I'm saying? I don't know him, and I don't need to know him, but I know God knows him, and God knows his heart.
Well,
And
I meant that in kind of a complimentary way. I will get in their chat and kind of listen while I read until I fall asleep.
I need to get back
I
on there because she's one of the better channels that I like to listen to. I need to get back
Mhm.
on there and listen to her more. It's just sometimes I forget to go on there on Sundays. And but as you speak, I will start going back and supporting and listening because I love hearing people talk. I'd rather hear that than hear all the other arguments and stuff that goes on in YouTube. I would support
Well,
that more than anything else.
I call it fumbling your way towards heaven's gate.
Amen.
They they are working hard to get there.
They don't even have to work hard. They're already going to be there.
You think so?
It's not up to my decision, but according to what they're doing, and biblically, I think God is doing a great work in both of them. And he said he'll complete that work until the day of the coming of Christ. And I pray that God says, well done to all of us, because we want to hear that. We want to hear that, well done.
Well,
We
I've always figured I'd be one of the virtuous pagans. It's a Dante's
Do
it's
you
a
believe that
Dante's.
Jesus is the Son of the living God?
I am very Catholic, so I think Jesus is the Son of God if you believe in that sort of thing, but I don't go much farther than that. I don't, I'm not a theologian,
And
and
that's between you and Jesus, but
actually, that is I feel that religion is so personal. I've literally never talked about religion on a YouTube channel.
yes. You know what? I believe you're kind and I believe you're loving. I believe you're strict when it comes to teaching and learning and reading. But I
That's
believe
right.
you're
You ask
loving.
my son about that.
I believe you're loving, and the way you talk about your wife, I believe that God is going to honor that. And I believe God is going to honor your love for the time that you spend on YouTube trying to teach us about the things that's going on in the world. So I told you I have no dog in the fight. I have no judgment for no one. I love everybody, and all they can do is just love me back.
I wish I had your attitude. I judge everything.
Well, you're supposed to. It's the righteous judgment. You're supposed to make judgment, you know.
I will make sure next time I judge Mike 123, I'm going to tell him it's righteous judgment. So
Yeah, but don't be self-righteous with your judgment. You know what
Oh
I'm
yeah,
saying? Don't be
I
selfish
do.
and think that you're right about everything.
Oh no, no, no. Well, I mean, I know what I know, and I know what I don't know, and I think that's actually kind of one of the steps towards wisdom is never step off a ledge, that you know is coming. I I I do not like talking about things I don't know. And if I don't know, I'll literally say, "Hey, it's my opinion. I have no basis for thinking this." Um, you know, I'm very or try to be very careful about that.
And that's good. And I salute you for that. That you're a man that honors what you've learned and you have
Well,
integrity.
my parents, I had good parents. That's really uh the kind of the kind of where I come from. As a matter of fact, I'm down in Savannah visiting my father, and I had wonderful parents. I literally, um, I just lucked out getting the parents that I did, and what can you do?
The parents
Tried to
are
take advantage of the privileges they afforded me.
that's something else I love about Here for the Tea and More Love. They talk a lot about family and the love that they had in their family. My father was in the military for 32 years, and my mother was a nurse,
Oh
and
wow,
they had 8 children. And
wow.
I was born in 63. So back then it was kind of hard to have 8 children. I was
Hmm.
talking to my aunt this morning on the phone for about 2 hours, and she was like, her granddaughter, she's like, she got all them kids. She has about 8 kids now. And I was like, yeah, just like mom. I was like, I was wondering if you guys looked at mom like that. All them kids. I said, but you know what? My mom and my dad, they loved each other until death did them part. And they're both not here today, but I honor
Well,
them.
biblically, we must take that.
I honor them so much for what they did for their 8 children. They left a mark that will not ever, ever, ever be erased. And one thing that I learned in life is I don't need another daddy, to compliment who I am, the woman that I am, because my daddy complimented me very well. So I'm a woman that's spoiled to knowing that love can be real. And above all things, if you don't have love, you don't have anything.
Well, actually, I just thought to ask you, what do you think about this whole leader? Men need to be the leader, and women need to be the submissive. What are your thoughts on that? Or do you have any thoughts on that? That seems to be all the rage in this little sector of YouTube.
And now we got to go back to the Bible. Jesus says, I only do what my Father tells me to do. I
Mhm.
only say what my Father speaks. And the
Mhm.
Word of God says that God made man in his own image, and then he made woman. So I do believe that a man should shape and complement and form, um, give grace and give love and um, all of that to a woman. And I do think he should take lead because men are leaders. I believe that men, the very I can't say the few. There's so many good men in this world. Um, I do believe that men should take leadership, and as far as us following behind them, I believe we should walk beside them. And
Well,
but I
I don't
do
know. I
believe
don't
that
I don't
complement
get
each
any of
other.
that from that particular passage. It sounds like God did all the work.
He did.
I don't
He, exactly.
I don't get the leadership thing, you know.
Well, from what I read, I believe God created man first.
Right.
And I don't know what else to believe because I only believe I'm like stick and stuck in what I
Well, no, no,
believe
no, no.
in.
I don't doubt the first part. I'm trying to get where it is being created first automatically confer leadership. I don't get
Okay,
that
let
part.
me give you a better example. If I were to come into your home, into your life, and I mean, I'm not gonna say allegedly. This we're just talking as um just friends and people that want to support one another. If I came into your life and I wanted to be the takeover queen, that would put a very bad taste in your mouth because it pleases man, whether you would agree with me or not, Stanley. It pleases man to take care of a woman. It makes a man happy to do things to be honored and to be cherished and be to be loved. A woman always wants to look up to her man and say, you know what? My man, my man, my man. You know what I'm saying? I don't want a man that's gonna leech off of me. And I don't want a man that's gonna come into my life expecting me to do all of the work. I think it's stability. I think it takes both of us, but you are we are the weaker link, even though we have to be strong sometimes because there are some very weak men out here, you know? We have to be strong and we have to just um just back our man, you know, in all of the things that you men want to do for us. We don't want to have the type of mentality to say, well, he's giving me this or he's giving me that. It's not about what you're given because you ain't got nothing unless God supplied it. God is the
Right.
giver of everything that is to give. But it's just understanding that you have a part and I have a part. You know, you are the man and I am the woman. And actually, you are supposed to take lead. A woman is not supposed to be ahead of a man. I don't care what nobody says. You walk together, but the man is really that should please a man to do things good for his woman. You know, I'm thinking most men that are men honor um honor doing things for his woman, you know, honor seeing a beautiful woman in his life and she's all his and she's honorable and she's efficient and she's everything that he could want in life, you know. When you say you
Right.
don't get the part, you had the part. You had that woman.
Well,
I was listening to your
I
story the
guess
other night, and you said that your wife came in and said, well, look what he did. And you said, well, what did you do about it? I listened very well. And you know what? I was laughing at that because that is so true. You know, when a man comes in from work, a hard day of work, and the kids have acted out all day, and we know enough is enough and too much stinks, we want to make home home. And the stuff that our children do, that's just a part of their growing. We just want to share that part of their life and a part of their growth. It's nothing to be argumentative about. It's nothing to get carried away about or who should do what, or we're both parents. That's the way my mother and father were. My mother and father, I can tell you, my mother used to get mad at me because I said I never got a whooping. I never, ever, 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 ever got a whooping from my mom. In fact, my name is Cherylita and her name is Claralita. I'm named after my mother. So I was like her baby, you know? And then I had 5 sisters. So it was enough competition in my home where I don't have to fight on YouTube. I know what fighting is. I know what fighting is. It was enough competition in my home, but my sisters and I all loved each other, and we still do, and we're still all here. And I thank God. I talked to my baby sister last night, and I said, you know, one of us got to go, and we just need to just be ready and love on each other until that time comes. And it was a good moment and a sad moment, but we love, love, love. My family love, love, love. We love each other. We don't let social media interrupt our life. They know that I'm a blogger and I'm trying to do something. You know, I'm retired, so I don't have to do anything else. I worked all my life. I've worked since I've been 16. And so I don't have to work, but I choose to work. I'm the best cook that you'll ever know. When I bring it, I'm going to bring it, but I'm bringing it on the healthier side of cooking. Today, I tried beef short ribs. I marinated them all night. I haven't posted it. I posted it on Facebook. And my sister was like, oh my God, that looks good. And I made shrimp and I made white rice. And that's just one of the things that I'm preparing for my birthday dinner, because I'm going to cook I'm doing all my cooking myself. And so I was trying different foods to cook for my birthday dinner.
Well, that doesn't
So,
sound like much of a birthday if you're cooking all the food.
but you know what? When you love family and you've always celebrated with food and being together, that's just something that just comes natural, Stanley.
Well, I basically don't like people in my kitchen, so I guess I get it.
Well, I have a whole kitchen and I have a whole dining room that I'm renting, and we're gonna be just fine. I think I'm gonna do a live on my birthday.
Yeah, I hope you do.
My first
Make sure.
live. My first live.
Well, make sure that you drop the link like the day before, so everybody can
Yeah, it's gonna be
be
amazing.
there for it.
Starting
I'm listening. I'll be
Wednesday.
right back.
Starting Wednesday, I'm going to an Egyptian restaurant and I have an Egyptian costume. And then I have a lady making a sweater for me. She's knitting it by hand. She's going to let me try it on tomorrow. I'm going to have like 7 outfit changes. And then I have my lady that I model for. I do eyebrow modeling. And I just got so much stuff. I can't contain myself. This birthday is going to be one of my best birthdays. And my kids and my grandkids, oh my God, we're renting a suite on my actual birthday. And we're going to go swimming, and it's just going to be so fun. So at the end, we're going to have on Sunday, Easter Sunday, we're going to have a big feast, and I'm going to be doing all of the cooking so people can see one of my gifts, and that's cooking. And that's going to be so nice. I'm excited.
Wait,
I'm
did you
excited.
say you do eyebrow modeling?
Yeah, I do eyebrow modeling. I did
Really?
modeling in my younger years. I did I don't even want to talk about that because people will be
I didn't know that was a thing.
yeah,
That's why I
I
asked.
did a photo shoot of yeah, I modeled for the lady that has been doing my brows for about maybe 2 years, a year and a half. Why she picked me, I don't know, but yeah, I do modeling for her.
I guess you liked your forehead.
I guess she liked her work and and so some of my blog is food and some of my blog is aging backwards. I have a personal trainer.
Well, you should drop all that in the chat for people to
I
subscribe to
know,
or
you know, that stuff takes time. It takes time.
to
Um,
drop a link.
it takes no to drop a link. Um,
No, I mean
no,
in the chat.
oh, I don't. I don't. I
You
don't
you
want
don't
to drop
want
a link yet.
you don't want to you don't want my rabble in your
No, I want you to. I'm actually. I'm. I'm. I'm not gonna say your biggest supporter because so many people love you, Stanley. Even though Stanley versus the world, people love you, Stanley.
Well, thank you.
What you
As a
think?
matter of fact, well, I think it's so interesting that a lot of people I'm not it I've been doing like had my own channel for a year and maybe 3 months. A lot of people hit that 500 or 1,000 subscribers really quick. I've been slow and steady. I am an acquired taste. That I kind of knew that coming in because I'm pretty blunt sometimes, and sometimes I drive people off. However, the way
Let
I
me give
feel
you
about it
something.
is,
You might read a
Mhm.
lot of books, Stanley, and don't throw me in the back because I'm interrupting you. You might read a lot of books and you might be very intelligent. I believe you're very intelligent, and I love intelligent men. Um, but Stanley, had you cammed up tonight with me, do you know how many people would have really came in your channel?
well, most people know what I look like. I've
Well,
cammed
I
up
don't know.
before.
I have no clue of what. I just know I talked to Frederick Douglass. I don't know. Have a clue what you look like. I just think you're very smart, and I like that.
Well,
And
next, if I do a show tomorrow and you're around, I'll do it. But like I said, I
so if I cam up,
really
you'll cam up.
right. To be honest, I
Okay.
didn't even think I'd be on this long.
Everybody hit the like and subscribe and come in tomorrow because Stanley is camming up with Shirley or it's my time.
Well, it'll be probably around 7 or 8 because I'm going to be on the road a good portion of the day. We got to drop my son off back at Georgia Tech and then head home from there. So,
are you serious? You're going to cam up with me?
yeah, but it won't be till I don't think I'm going to be online until 7 or 8, probably about the same time I did tonight. I don't have a problem with camming up. It's just generally I don't because you gotta.
Well, I feel special because I'm talking you into it.
It's
I put you
not
on my
like it's not
Facebook.
like a special occasion.
Excuse me.
Well, wait, hold it. It's not like I haven't done it before. It won't be the first time. Most people know
Well,
what
I
I
don't
look
know.
like.
I don't have a clue of what you look like, but pardon me, Stanley
Well, I
versus
look
the
better
world.
than Nightish.
I don't know what Nidus looks like.
He's
Well, yes,
on the
I
camera.
do.
He's
Yes, I do.
he's
He wears
he's
the
on the
hat
screen
and
right
he
here.
falls asleep all the time.
Or he's awake right now.
Oh, hi, Nidus.
Well, he can't hear you. He's on another
Glad you're
show.
woke. He'll look at
Oh,
this.
he will start up a show tonight, and he will be sleepy. I guarantee you.
He'll get so many views off of this one. I guarantee you. Because I don't even talk this long. Nobody's ever heard me talk this long.
Really?
I talked on Mo Love's channel and T's channel. And I tried to talk on CT's channel, but some little guy was talking about this wig I had on. And I was like, how
Yeah,
do you
those
do this
guys,
on my hair?
CT entertains incels over there too much.
Literally, when he was talking about that, I started to cam up and let him see, honey, I have dreadlocks. I wear dreadlocks, and my dreadlocks are on my back. But I just don't want to wear them yet. I'm so used to wearing long hair. Some of us get addicted to long hair.
Really?
Yeah, I have my stylist to do my hair over my dreadlocks. Yeah. But I wear natural hair. I've been wearing natural hair for over 15 years. I wear dreadlocks. But every style you see me in, under my style is dreadlock.
How does that work?
Well, it works. That's all I can tell you, Stanley.
Well,
Read
I
the
mean,
book.
it's not like I'm a hairstylist. I'm just curious. You know, I'm one of these people who's interested in a lot of different things. So,
Well, they take the dreadlock and they braid it into your hair.
okay.
Like if I was just getting braids, they would take my hair and braid it. Well, they braid my dreadlock into my hair, and I like it. But one day I will
Gotcha.
have to wear them. One day I will have to wear them, and people
Was
will
is it
see.
like a protective style?
You're acting like a white person right now, because that's what white people do
Hey,
to us.
I have no clue how braids work. I've never had to
That's
do it.
what white people do. They be like, "Oh, how do you get those? Th- th- Um, did it take long, or sometimes you just
Well,
look at white
the
people and be
reason
like,
the
how did you get
reason
your hair?"
well, the reason I ask is, most times I've heard, getting it woven into long hair like that, it's mostly just to protect the natural hair.
It's
Um,
mostly hundreds of dollars and a person that will spend 6 hours or 7 hours with you. I'll just put it like that. Cut and dry is very expensive, especially when you have long hair.
mhm.
But it can be done. If you look on YouTube, you can look on YouTube, and it'll show you the process. But you can put dreadlocks into a braid, because I do it and I know it can be done.
Well, okay. Well, you know what? If you say it can be done, it can be done. It's not like I'm going to go out and
Try to do it.
yeah, exactly.
So you wear a afro.
Yeah, more or less.
Is
Except,
it gray?
is it what?
Is it gray?
It's graying. I mean, you can see it.
No, it's gray.
Yeah,
You know
if you
it's
can see it.
gray.
But I don't really care. I mean, to be honest, the thing that I care about is I'm 61 and I have all my hair. I don't have a bald spot or anything. Now, how long that lasts, I don't know.
And you're
But
6 feet tall. Maybe you should.
probably less than 6 feet at this point. But
But
yep,
you're
I'm right
strong.
at 6 feet. Well, I've had a hip operation, so I had
Mm.
to get an artificial hip. So I might be 6 feet, but I'm guessing I'm not.
You might be needing a nurse, not a wife.
No, I don't. I'll be okay.
Stanley, do you have a sense of humor?
Well, no, it is very possible I'll need a nurse.
You just didn't find that funny. But No, I'm just picturing. I can't wait to see you tomorrow because honey,
Well, I can tell you right now, I'm a bad patient.
what's that mean?
Well, I'm cantankerous, and uh, I'll tell you a story one of these days. Years ago, I had a blood clot in my left leg. I had a fall and wound up getting a blood clot. And I kept going. Nah, it'll be okay. It's just swollen. I'll ice it down. So my wife forced me to go to the hospital or to the doctor, and turned out it was fairly serious. So I did wind up in the hospital for a day or two, but after it was all over, they've got to give you the heparin, and you've got to take shots for a month or whatever the time is. And I couldn't give myself the shot, so my wife had to do it. And I know she was happy to do it, but I'm just fussy. and the shots hurt, and I just saw it in her eyes that she just liked giving me the shots, because you know what, this is my way of getting back at you, you little bastard.
Are you
Is
sure
it
it
time?
wasn't just I'm doing this because I know it might calm the pain that you're in?
No,
Stanley?
no. I know my wife. She was enjoying it.
And that's probably
Well,
the attitude you had toward her. Like
no,
you're enjoying
I
this.
was in a lot of pain, and I think men are babies. We don't take pain as well as women do.
What if she went in the bathroom and cried every time she gave you a shot? You don't know
No.
women. We're very
Oh,
sensitive. When we love on you guys, we love hard.
no,
And
I
we
don't
don't
think so.
want to see you in pain. We don't want to see you hurting. We don't want to see you hiding stuff and all that shit that you don't have to do. We don't want to see that, Stanley. And
No, you'd
what?
have to you'd have to know my wife. She had a wicked sense of humor. She's
Yeah.
asking me and reminding me, isn't it time for a shot?
No, I think you had good marriage. You talk about it a lot, and you really speak of her very, very, very beautifully. I think she loved you, and I don't think for 1 minute that what you're saying is true. I don't think she enjoyed it. I think that's just Stanley versus the world.
Well, the Stanley versus the world is a joke too, because I like spirited debate, and I don't mind going up against 8-on-1 is probably even odds.
8-on-1.
Yep,
Oh,
eight
I
eight
seen
people,
I seen
eight
one with
people.
you when everybody was against you.
Oh
And I
yeah.
wanted to get in there and say, "Stop it. Leave Stanley alone."
Oh
But if
no,
I would have did
I
that, they would have beat
thrive.
on me.
I thrive in situations like that, because it's kind of like
That
the jungle. It's kind of like the jungle. You pick the weakest one and take them out first. You just pick them off one by one.
Stanley, you've been making some bold choices.
Hey,
Because
gotta keep my.
you'll come against a whole panel.
I've done it before.
Please stop
It's
doing
really
that.
just entertainment.
You two can be psychologically not good for the brain or the soul. You shouldn't. You know what? Use your intellect wisely. Use your intellect. I'm telling you, you would be a bad boy. I'm telling you, if you just ignore some of the little drunk stuff or
Well,
you know,
it's funny. It's funny you mention that. One of probably of all the people, there's a guy who has been pretty almost a day one. And he's a couple years older. He's in our age range, and he I can't remember whether he emailed me or he typed into the chat of yesterday's show. He literally asked, "Well, why do you entertain these people?" What did he ask? Let me see right quick. It
I'm
kind of
with him.
shocked me.
I'm with him. But I'm not going to say, why do you entertain these people? Because obviously, if they keep coming on, they obviously like picking with you. I had people in my, I used to like to pick with my dad because my dad was the Aries too. And he didn't like to be wrong. And I already knew, you know.
Why? I'm not an Aries. I'm a Pisces.
I know. I'm saying he was a Aries too. So that's meaning that I'm a Aries. And it's not
really?
about
Okay.
you right now, Stanley.
Oh, my bad.
I'm getting away with a lot on your panel. I'm getting away with
Well, you're a
stuff that
first timer.
I
The
know.
honeymoon,
I'm getting away
the
with
honey,
stuff nobody gets away with. I feel privileged.
the
And I'm
honeymoon
getting
doesn't last.
what you say?
So the honeymoon doesn't last. It wears off
Oh,
eventually.
so that means you're going to get me.
Oh no. But I don't know. Most of the
You're going to
time,
get me, but you know
most
what?
of
I'm
the time,
prepared
the
for
only
you.
time I ever really get animated is when we're talking politics, and some people don't ever talk politics. So, I just tend to be spirited when it comes to certain types of arguments.
Only politic I will talk is people are saying who can stop Trump or he's so rich and he's so this. I'm like, Trump can be stopped. Believe me, he can be stopped, but let Trump run his course. You know, I'm not saying leave Trump alone. I'm saying he's doing all this stuff, and is there any part of Trump is not God? Do people not
Well,
understand? Trump is not God. And pretty
well, to that
soon,
point, he's gonna go one way or the other.
that's my point.
So he
Trump is not God, and
will either quote age out naturally because we all go at some point, or he'll get to the end of this term. And I honestly think that what he's doing right
now, I'll argue about that one. Trump is not going to get to the end of his term. Trump is going to be impeached.
That part I find hard to believe. So we'll see if you're right. Uh-oh. Well, Chatter King, is this the first time you've been in my chat? Oh, it's good to see you. And let's see. I've been on almost 4 hours. I know it's probably time to wrap this up. Oh, she's back.
Me.
Hey there.
Hey there, Stanley. I have it in my.
Oops.
And you know what?
Sorry about that.
This is going to be a way I'm going to be attacked on YouTube, probably.
How's that?
Because I say to Trump is going to be impeached, and which is
I've said worse. I've said worse just on this show today.
I think that Trump is going to, because he's the man that wants to think I've done it. I made America. What is it? I made America great again. He made nothing great again. We united we stand, divided we fall. And that doesn't mean a black group or a white group. That means united. If we ever come together, which is never going to happen, there's always going to be prejudice in this world. Trump, I believe sooner or later, he's going to screw up very, very badly because he's losing it right now, right before our face. Can they fire him in the midst of a war? I don't know. I don't get involved like that. But hopefully something will happen where they'll kick him to the curb because he's out of order. He's way out of order. And if you don't think so, it's fine for you to disagree with me. I think he's just out of order, and I don't talk about him. The Bible says we should pray for those that have rule over us. But the thing that I pray for him is that he stops doing what he's doing. We don't know what's going to happen to us with him there. Are you still there?
I think, yeah, I'm still here. I think that I don't think he's going to be impeached by this Congress, but I think he is afraid it'll happen if the Democrats win both houses. But I don't. I think. I don't know. The
Can I come
problem
back
is
to
that.
your show and say, I told you so?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm okay. Look for it real soon. Because you know what? I don't care how much money he has and how smart he is, and he's very good. He's good with money, but he's showing that he's failing greatly in that because our country is in debt. I just think our dear president, I'm having to bite the bullet on this. I don't even want to talk about him. Literally. Because I don't want to say the wrong thing on the internet. You never know. If he'll
Well,
get me. He might get me.
let me comment on Sin Seven's comment here. She says, "What is it about Black peoples and birthdays? Have you heard of Donald Trump, Sin? Dude is literally coinciding his birthday celebration with the 250th anniversary of the founding. So what is it with white people and their birthdays? He's going to basically make it a national celebration. So there's that. What's up, dirty dude?
Oh no. You know what? My dad used to say, if you don't have anything good to say about someone, don't say nothing at all. I don't have nothing good to say about President Trump right now.
Oh, I get you.
I'm not gonna say anything at all because I literally feel like he failed us.
I think he failed 50% of the country so far, but he's working on the other 50%. Because from what I'm seeing about people on, at least on YouTube, in my little corner of it, these people are still hopeful that he will do a good job. And I'm just like, you know what? I think
whites or the blacks.
It's blacks.
Is black people?
Yeah, you've heard me talk about the MAGA blacks before, right?
What are they?
Black MAGA. They're the black people who think Donald Trump is a great president.
Oh, well, don't they have a right to think or believe what they want?
Not on my panel, they don't.
I say I know. Absolutely. Yep.
Well,
I
you
know
didn't
that.
you didn't hear Mike 123 last night going Donald Trump is the head of his life.
I hear a lot. I just don't say nothing. I'm not like in the bushes, but I don't come to compete. I come to just keep Actually, I come to support, and if that's a person's career, I come to support it and to keep it going. You know, I hope everybody makes money if it's money to be made, but pretty soon you never know. They might take YouTube down. Oh, no.
Wait, hold this. Take YouTube down how?
You don't think he could stop YouTube? He stopped TikTok.
Well, no, TikTok's still going.
Yeah, because he got on it and started making money himself.
Well, yeah, I mean, he basically brokered a deal for it. I don't think he'll take YouTube down. YouTube's owned by Google. So I don't think that's happening.
Stanley, you don't know that?
Oh, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so he thinks he owns it. He thinks he's the man of the world. See, now you're making me go there. So you automatically know I didn't vote for him.
These people, see, the problem
nobody.
The problem nobody actually seems to be able to see is really, in my opinion, the corporations of these big media companies like Google, Apple, you know, they're all kind of acting like, you know, Donald Trump, you know, the fealty to Donald Trump. This country currently is being run by these oligarchs, you know, the tech company oligarchs. Elon Musk is probably chief among them. We are being run by corporations, and MAGA is just a pretense of a populist movement. And I think people are starting to see that now with gas prices going up. Donald Trump has not really done a whole lot to bring prices down or anything like that. You know, the tariffs drive prices up. The farmers got screwed. And he had to go back and do some tap dancing to fix that problem. Elon Musk, the world's richest man, deciding which parts of the US government stay or go. I think that in and of itself was just a travesty. You know, people, why would you want the world's richest man deciding what, you know, the working man, you know, it's a government of the people, supposedly. And Donald Trump and Elon Musk are deciding what our government should be. And I think that in and of itself was un-American.
You know what? That's why I love your channel, because there's where I listen. I don't know a lot about all of that, but daily, I can tell you for the last month or 2 or 3, since I've been listening to your channel, I've learned a lot. And then after I listen to your channel,
hopefully it's the right things.
no, I go back and check other stuff for myself. This is like being in church. You listen, then you go home and you check it for yourself. But for the most part, I would say you're A1. You're right on about the politic part. So I don't have to watch the news. I just watch Stanley.
Well, my little buddy Speak Radio says, I just found out billionaires run this shit. No, Donald Trump's a billionaire. So we've known that from day one.
Yeah.
So I don't know why you think I just found out about it.
Do you know his wife's movie didn't make it?
Yeah, it's already out on.
I was going to tell you that it's already on TV.
Yeah, it's either on Netflix or Amazon. I can't remember.
It's on. I've seen it, and I have that channel. But am I going to watch it? I highly think not. What happened to your little boy?
He's in college.
Oh, that's where he's at. I always wonder what happened to little Donald. Is that his name? Little Donald?
Oh wait, the youngest son?
Yeah, the little guy.
No, that's Barron. Well, he's not little anymore. He's like 6'9" or something. He's real tall.
He looks
He's
just
at,
like his
I think
dad,
he's at,
doesn't he?
yeah, he does. He's at New York University, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I wouldn't dare talk about kids. That little boy looks just like, well, last time I seen him, when Donald got elected and he showed his whole family, excuse me, he was a little kid. And he looked just like Donald without the hair. Oh my God. I was wondering because I haven't seen him since Donald got elected.
Now, see, let me address this comment right here. Bobby Perkins says billionaires need to run this. I don't want nobody working at McDonald's to run this. Look, you do realize that there are plenty of happy mediums between, McDonald's and billionaires. There are plenty of people in the middle who are probably more capable of running the country than billionaires. You need to understand that this country, people said for decades that this country needs to be run like a business. And finally, we get a businessman in, and we have found out that that businessman wants to run this country as a CEO, and then America is his company to do with what it as he wants. Donald Trump does not own America. He's not the CEO of America. He seems to not understand that he works for the people, not the other way around. The citizens are not Donald Trump's employees. And I don't think he quite understands that. So this thing about, one extreme or the other, it's either billionaires or McDonald's workers running the country, that's hyperbolic.
Oh.
Okay, Bobby Perkins, what you don't seem to understand is that, and maybe you're willing to just, in Elon Musk we trust, but I'm not. I think billionaires have different priorities and life goals than, the working man does. And billionaires are not the best people to run a country. And America's finding that out slowly but surely. They don't care about prices because they can afford the gas, whether it's $2 a gallon or $8 a gallon. These MAGA blacks are just too willing to just go, here, Mr. White Man. You're a billionaire. Run our lives. Like Mike 123 said, Donald Trump is the head of his life. I'm like, as a black man, I would never say somebody's the head of my life.
Oh, he said it's not the head of Donald's life, but the head of his life?
Yeah, I think he's joking. Yeah, but I would never.
He's probably just picking a fight to come on there and get kicked to the back.
No,
Put him on here. Tell him to come on so you can talk to him so I can laugh.
I haven't seen him today.
Oh, I thought he said something.
Probably drunk in a gutter somewhere.
It's Saturday. Why not? I just had me some reposado Don Julio.
Better the gutter than my panel.
Oh, you got to give people that fun too.
No, I don't.
Oh, so everybody has to be serious, George?
No. Some people like Mike just take it too far. Mike and 12 men.
Mike makes your panel kind of fun sometimes.
You know what? And it's a balancing act because a lot of people really don't. Let me put it to you this way. I had one of my major, this guy really is, I respect him immensely. He paid $100 just to get Mike off the damn panel. And I was like, whoa, you really don't. You really don't like Mike, do you?
Hated him.
And but see, the thing is I am inclined to keep the people, like Lupin. I want him in my audience because they are actually fun to talk to and exchange ideas. Mike, but I get a lot of people going, nope, where's Mike? We want Mike. And it's just a balancing act.
You know what constructive criticism is? Mike can't take it, but he'll hang in there with you. You got a fight on your hand with Mike because some of the things, even though Mike is drunk, some of the things Mike does say that means something, I ain't gonna say he's right.
Really?
I know you're gonna kick me out.
Well, you're gonna have to remind me because I literally think nothing he says is of value. Hold on one sec. I'm listening. I'll be right back.
Well, while you're gone, I'll just talk about Mike in a good way. I think Mike's nice. Mike, if you can hear us tonight, I think you're nice. And I think you bring a lot of fun to the panel when you and Stanley aren't like going in too deep.
Well, sorry about that. I
do
had
apologize to the chat
I
tonight.
thought
I know
my,
you've given me a key. I apologize to the chat, but I can only look at my phone. And
that's all right.
it doesn't show the comments ever. I know people probably have been commenting, and
No, not
you
really.
guys know that I love you all, and I like having fun with you all, and I like being a team with you all. But I can't see you. I can't see anything you're saying.
Oh, you know
but
what? Actually, let me do this. I'll put the chats up on the screen. I really
I
need
can't
to.
see that. I have a cataract in one eye. I'm
How
63.
about that? Can you see it
Yeah.
now?
No.
Should be on the screen.
It's on the screen, but Stanley, it's
Oh,
like little tiny
I see.
pepper specks.
Well, I had to
I'm like,
walk
look,
out.
not my
I
age,
thought
but
my
I can't see, and my knee hurts, and I'm getting the steroid shot on next week on my knee, so I won't have knee surgery. So I don't look like what I've been through. Just you guys pray for me because I might have to have surgery on my knee.
well,
I still got joy because
it'll be okay. You'll have joy until the pain.
I ain't gonna call you on the hospital and be like, here I am. I'll do that kind of stuff. Be like, I'm in surgery right now.
I don't think we'll let
You guys will never know what happened to me. Only you know tonight because I told you. I've been really, really, my hip and my knee is out.
I
Still
thought.
like me, Stanley?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said you still like me. My hip and my hip and my
Sure.
knee.
I've had hip surgery, so it happens. As a matter of fact, when you get it, now knees, I think you still have to take
I had
physical
knee
therapy
surgery,
for.
but I've got to have it again because I fell where I had.
Did they replace it?
I don't want to engage in my surgery, but I'll
Okay, well,
say I
because
had
sometimes
surgery
with the
and I
knee
fell on that
replacement,
knee.
you have to learn how to walk again.
They did, huh? And I'm walking. It's a miracle. It's all because of God. God healed
Well, I
me.
figured it's actually because of your surgeon.
No, God gave the surgeon the ability to know what to do with my knee, but I fell on the bad knee, and now I have to go back to the surgeon But right now he says he can just give me steroid shots, but they only can give you so many.
Right, because it stops working after a while.
Yeah, especially after you're 70 and 60 years old. But my son, they're all prepared to do their job. I'm prepared. I got them all in line to do everything that I need. I just don't have my bail to put by my bed yet.
Well, good.
Believe me.
They're
they will be
loyal
my
and dutiful
slaves.
sons.
I know I ain't gonna call my kids my slaves. They will be my servants until I'm well. They're already that. While my knee is hurting. And my youngest son thinks I'm faking. He's like, so you can get on YouTube and Facebook and do all this stuff, but your knee hurts.
Yeah, well, you don't need a knee for Facebook.
No, I'm just like, he cracks me up because he's just like, yeah, right. Your knee don't hurt. I'm like, yes, it does. Do you want me to put on a gown and some house shoes and put a bonnet on? Prove? But that's not gonna happen. Just help me. Yeah, my son definitely thinks I'm faking, but I'm not.
Yeah, well, he'll be 60 something at some point. So
And I
It's
won't be there to see it because I got about 20 good years left, 30 maybe. I don't even want to live past 100. Do you want to live past 100?
I hadn't really thought about it. I figure if you think about it, you'll jinx it.
How can you jinx that question? I mean, come on, Stanley. Do you really want to be 100 years old?
If you were in good health, I don't think it would be that big a deal, but what are the chances of that?
Let's be honest tonight.
Well,
I don't
one
want
of
to
my
be.
favorite
I don't want to
authors.
be past 100. I don't even want to live to 100. I say, Jesus, no, you promised me. Heaven
Well,
on
I've
earth.
actually heard that one of the problems with living that long is all your friends and relatives die.
That's not the problem. The problem is your body is deteriorating. And then you might.
Every now and again, you'll run across a 100-year-old who's in pretty good shape.
Where? And you send me the.
I mean, it's
okay.
pretty. It's
Got my
well. There's
email.
a
Send them
guy.
to me.
One of my favorite authors was in pretty good shape at 100. But I
I
think
mean, my
part of it
grandma
is
was old, and I'll be like, "Man, she looks so beautiful." My grandma was pretty, and then my dad's mother, she was. You know what? I don't know what she was. Her last name was Chin before she married my father. So when people ask me, "Am I from like an island or something?" I don't know. Maybe I got some stuff in me, but her name was Chin, and I don't know a black person named Chin. So my dad's mother maiden name was Chin, and my mom's father was native, like completely native. So my mom is, if you see the picture of my mom and dad on my YouTube, you'll see my mom is high, light complected, like really, really high light complected with curly, real good hair. But she's native, and my dad is like, he looks like African, like me.
well, she's native what?
Native and black.
Oh, Native American.
Yeah, my mom's Native American and black, and my dad is black. My dad's like, he looks like he's African, but his mother's name was Chin, and she looked like she was not black. So
I bet you and Here for the Tea would have some good conversations about that sort of stuff.
why would I talk about they're gone? They got a whole new
Oh,
generation.
no. She likes to talk about how she's not African, and it's just a bunch of stuff that I just
She's
mock
not African, she's
and
Creole.
ignore.
T is Creole. You
T
can
isn't
clearly
Creole.
see
T is black. And you know what?
she's
I don't know
black,
what
but
it is.
he's
I don't
Creole.
know.
Her
No,
dad was
no, no, no.
Creole.
I don't even entertain these conversations with T because she's black, just like the rest of us.
Yeah, she argues that with a lot of people that says she's
Yeah,
white.
but she does not argue that with me because I just kind of shut it down. Number one, I don't really care one way or the other.
Oh,
I'm
she's
not
a
that kind
beautiful
of
queen, and
I'm
whatever.
I'm not that kind of racist.
Yeah, she's a beautiful queen, but one thing she's not is she's not African.
No one,
He makes
who
that very clear. She's not African.
Okay, well, no one ever claims that FBA or whatever we want to call ourselves. We're American. No one ever claims that we're African. So I don't know why she goes on about that sort of stuff.
Because we've never in our life set foot on African ground. My dad's never been African. My great grandparents never been. I mean, we're Americans. We're Black Americans.
Well, I've been to Egypt. I mean, that's Africa. So plenty of American blacks have been to Africa. Look, I think when you start going into, I'm not African, or I think you buy into, I've said it plenty of times. It's pretty much impossible to be born into American culture and not be a racist. It's just in the culture. You have to work hard not to
Do you
buy
think I'm
into these
racist,
racist.
Stanley? Do you think
I
I'm
don't know
racist?
you. I don't know you well enough, but when I do, I'll make that assessment, and I
Well, let
promise
me
I'll be
make this
honest.
clear to you. I have three of my grandchildren are biracial, and my two daughters-in-laws and my little god baby that God gave me for my my grandson is mixed. So we have a colorful family. I'm not racist, but if a white person treats
Okay,
me like
well,
I'm a piece of shit, then I become
well, here's the thing though. The other caveat, which I didn't get to, Americans don't know what a racist is. We have no clue.
you dare
And
say that. We don't know what a
and
racist is.
I can tell you what a racist is. A racist believes race is real.
Okay, here we go. What are they?
And most Americans are trained to think that race is real instead of a social construct. And that's why I'm saying most Americans are racist, and you have to actually work and educate yourself out of being a racist. Most people don't know they're racist. They don't know what racism is. They don't know what a racist is. And,
I agree. I agree
it
with
is
you.
what it is.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. But when it comes to me and my grandbabies, which you will see them soon. Look on my page. And you'll see my grandson. He
What, are you
just had a
coming down for a
birthday.
visit?
Look on my page and look at my grandson. And you know what?
What, your YouTube page?
Yeah. Pull my grandson up. He just had a birthday and I posted it on a short. That's my grandbaby. You know what? I don't care about his mom being white and his dad being black. I know what came out from both of them. It was him. If you pull him up, he's the most, and you know what? He's smart. He's graduated and he's working, and oh my God, he's my heart. So I don't see you have a white mom and a black dad when it comes to him. I just see my beautiful grandson. And
Right,
he's
well,
my first.
that's as it should be.
Yeah. So now what he feels, we've never had that conversation. Me or none of my grandkids. We We don't have that conversation about black and white. My son, my baby son, is an activist, but he still loves his nephews. My youngest son, you would love him to be on your panel. I'm telling you, he's an activist. But you know what? I tell him, you got to be careful, when it comes to some of the things that you do, because you do have your nephews.
Right.
I don't like some of the things that my youngest son does. But my son is deep. When I tell you deep, and his girlfriend is from Honduras or whatever.
Honduras.
Yeah, she's Honduras. She's beautiful, beautiful. I just don't have. I don't know. I just love
Well,
everybody.
where's your grandson in the video?
My grandson, he's on his short.
Oh, okay. Which one? 63 looks great on her.
No.
Do you know the name of it?
No. He's on a. I don't know what I put him on, a post or a short, but he's on there because he just had a birthday.
Is this it?
No, that's not my grandson. That's my cousins. We just had a death in our family and we got together. My grandson he's in there. Is it post?
Is that it?
No.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, here he is.
That's all of my grandkids on that one. There he is right there. That's my oldest grandson. Isn't he gorgeous? He's so isn't he? He actually looks just like me, but he's bright complected. He's in California right now celebrating his birthday.
Nice.
Yeah, he's a smart, beautiful young man. I love him. I love him so much. Yeah.
Yeah, I see the
Junior.
barbarians.
He's a junior. I have 2 juniors, 2 sons and 2 juniors. So his name is Stephen, and his father's name is Stephen. And I have a big Jermaine and a little Jermaine. And get me talking about my grandkids. I'll talk all night. I am telling you, I'm in love with them.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, I love them so
And
much.
I see it's agitating the barbarians at the gate, so keep it up.
I'm agitating someone?
Yeah, the barbarians in the chat, but don't worry about them.
They're saying things about me. Well, let me get off of here and
Oh, no. Don't let them drive you away.
They're driving me away. I'm just, I guess,
They need a rhetorical foot up their asses.
Well, you know what? What I can say about the chat is live to be my age and live to learn how to love people accordingly.
That's right, you barbarians.
Like I said, I love you all and nothing you can do about it but love me back. I'm not going to turn on anyone. I don't care.
Oh,
I'm going to
leave that
delete
to me.
this one. I'm not even going to go back and look at it. I'm going to delete this one and move on about my night.
Leave these heathens to me. That's my job.
I don't know who's saying what because I can't see nothing. Maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah,
But
it's
you know
probably
what?
a
I'm
good
not going to
thing.
embarrass my sons by coming on here and having.
Oh, you know what?
You
You should, like I said, I know these heathens. We will have our day of reckoning.
It's okay. That's why I got off CT's panel because I don't have time for that. But when I
Those
that's my
CTs,
name. It's my time, and you know what?
Exactly.
I'm going to enjoy the next however many years God gives me to live in this life. I'm 63 years old, and I'm not going to argue with no kids. You know,
And
I'm
that's
that's
exactly
something I'm not going to do. And if
that's
if
that's
I'm
why I
not
keep
on here
calling.
because people want to be just rude and they don't even know me and they just want to be rude to me, they can see the back of my back, or they cannot see me until they see
Well,
me on my channel.
that's why I call Knight his son. He acts like a child.
Yeah,
I'm hoping he's in the chat to hear that.
I don't even care to be a part of that, going back and forth and talking about people that you don't know. I don't even care to be a part
Well,
of.
they're just trolls. You gotta,
I did
trolls
that
gotta.
one time with an African lady, and I felt so
Oh,
bad. I never
was it on CT's channel?
Gway on Here for the
Wait,
Tea.
yep, I know. She's
You know
my
what?
little
I
boy.
felt so bad about what I
Why?
did. I wanted to apologize to her because I was drinking that night, and I it wasn't really me, it was the drinks. And I can't even make an excuse. I just say, you know what, it was me, God. I needed prayer.
Well,
But I
my little
feel
Gway
so
Gway,
bad. I
Gway
wanted to
Gway, Gway
apologize to
Gway
her.
can Gway can be kind of mouthy sometimes.
She went on me pretty hard. I mean, I was very old. The first thing they're gonna do is attack my age. But you know what? I say live to be 63, or attack how you look or you're fat. I'm far from fat. Or to do something, or how you live, how you look, kind of money you got. I'm like, wow, you guys
Well,
really get deep and personal.
you are actually right. It's one of these things where, like today, sometimes you just want to avoid all that, if you can. You confront it when you have to, but if you can avoid it, you kind of do it. I did that today. I went up and I had opportunities to go up on panels today, and I would listen for a little bit, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna get up there because I will wind up disagreeing with someone, and it'll just go south. That's the other thing. People get real pissed off on YouTube when you disagree with them, and I've never been able to figure that out.
But there's only use your head and know this. There's only about 50 people that do this, if I'm counting right. But there's about 3 million people on YouTube. I can easily go away and
I think it's more.
follow Jake's daughter, or follow somebody that's doing something far greater, DDG, somebody that's making millions, loving on his family. Yeah, I can go to another panel that's doing much greater, than being in some circle that's who's going to be at the top and who's at the bottom, who says what's right and who says what's wrong. Hey, we have an opinion and we're all opinionated, but you know what? Some things is better left unsaid. But you know what? I'm grown as I'm grown. And I'm on here tonight, but I'm telling you, I'm going to delete this from my whatever I can ever see it again. I'm going to delete it so I will never have to look at the comments, because
Oh, they're not that bad.
I'm not going to be triggered by somebody's comments. I haven't said anything to disrespect anybody on this channel.
No. Wait, hold on.
know?
It's not bad enough to delete. If it was that bad, I'd be addressing it a lot more strongly than I am. It's
I'm
just
not going
typical.
to be offended over someone. They have a right to make judgment or righteous judgment or whatever. Maybe
Well, some of
people
these people
didn't like
I've
some of the things
known,
they said, you know?
most of the
And
people in the chat right now, I've known for quite some time. They're fine. They just like to troll on a Saturday night. Nothing that big a deal.
I'm celebrating my birthday week. I'll be 63 and I have been so blessed. I'm so blessed to still be alive because you wouldn't believe 5 years ago I was wearing an ostomy bag on my stomach because I had to get half of my colon taken away because it had cancer in it. But today I'm cancer free and I don't have the bag on my stomach. And you know, I have too much to be grateful for. I have too much to smile about. Too much joy is in me to have hatred. You know, God has brought me through some storms. You know, I was in a wheelchair when I was going through that, eating feeding tube but you know, that's a generational thing that was in my family. You know, irritable bowel disease and diverticulitis and you know, Crohn's disease and all that was in my family, and I just got attacked with that 6 years ago, and I
And
wasn't.
you don't want to talk about your knee surgery?
My knee surgery is minor. That thing can be taken care of. It's just that you can only get so many steroid shots. You know, I've had back surgery too. I've had knee surgery and back surgery. So I'm still here. So the little stuff that people say, I just thank God I'm still here, you know? And I'm going to give all the glory and praise to God because I still have a voice. I still have my strength. I'm courageous. I'm strong. I have the ability to do more things that I dream about doing. And I'm still here. And let them talk. You know, that's one of the things before TD Jakes got shut down. That's one of his sermons that I love. Let them talk, you know? So I'm too sharp to be dull. I got too many books in me to pay attention to ignorance. And I'm not calling anyone ignorance a part
Well,
of me.
let me call let me call them ignorant then.
I don't care what people are going to talk about you no matter what. You can be they talked about Princess Diana. I don't care. They talked about Jesus Christ. They can talk about me because there's things that need to be fixed. Ain't nobody in this earth perfect. You know, I have a lot of things that need to be fixed. You know, I hear people talking about dark-skinned women. You know, I'm very dark complected, but I love my darkness because I don't age with it. Believe it or not, dark-skinned people don't age very easily. That's one thing I love about being dark is because I still look youthful. But all the other
You definitely do.
thank you, Emily. And I will see if you do tomorrow. But I've had so much fun tonight. I'm not gonna let anyone destroy my laughter and my joy. I I I like all of the people that you've given keys to. I try to speak to everybody, but I don't think people know me, so they don't really talk or speak
Well, they
that way.
definitely know you now.
Yeah. Hi, panel, and I'm happy to meet you tonight. And I hope we stick together, not stick together as in a circle against other people, but stick together and just support one another and support Stanley and support the channel and like and subscribe and share. But tonight I'm done. I have no more to say.
Wait, hold it. So, wait, you think Sin, you think I'm drinking? Really? Apparently she thinks I'm Otis the town drunk tonight or something. Boy, howdy is she wrong.
When did you
It's
throw
not,
the
is it
people
that
that
late?
support
Oh
you under
shit! You know what?
the
I didn't
bus?
even realize it was this late.
I think you do everybody right that supports you on the channel. I just wish we could all kind of just support one another and support you and get along.
I think for the most part, like I said, I mean, um, I've most of the people that have subscribed. It's a fairly steady number. Most people, like I say, subscribe to the channel, check it out. If you don't like it, feel free to unsubscribe. Most of the people that have subscribed and are regulars in the chat, we we uh we I try to be good and they keep me on my toes, so it all works out.
And
What's
that's
up, Savage?
good. And that's good. You know, I remember, and I've been in church probably most of all of my life. But I remember going into new churches and they had their little circles and they'll make you feel unwelcome because they've been there longer and they don't know they're working against their leader when they do that. Trying to push you out. They're working against the potential of growth. I would never do that to anyone. I would never come against anyone on your panel or anyone in your chat. I don't even know how to block people. I just know how to just ask people to be courteous and subscribe and like. And I try to do that ongoing throughout the, conversation that you're having with everyone. I try to just do that. And other than that, I have no likes or dislike with anyone. But I don't know. You have to sometimes when things don't feel right and seem a little bit strange, you back away and you just go on. You move on. If I become discouraged or anything like that, YouTube is not my life. It's just something that I do and I enjoy. It's not nothing that I'm going to put my hope in my future in. It's just
Right.
something that I do and I enjoy. So I'm not on here to cat fight with nobody. I can't even fight anymore. So I'm not going to start an argument. I'm not going
So
to.
you're not here to
throw a rock and hide my hand.
you're not here to crush souls.
No, not at all. Not at all. I hope I'm here to be. The Bible tells me the older women teach the younger women, but if I'm not teaching, if I don't have a teachable spirit, how can I teach anyone? I'm here to learn and listen and just enjoy myself. And I'm just around the house. And like I told you, I'm retired. I don't have a lot to do, but I have a lot of studies that I have to do. But I'm not here to fight and come against anyone or their home or their children or their life or their lifestyles or to pass judgment on anyone because I don't know anyone. I don't even know you. I just
Well,
subscribe.
no one knows me but my woman.
You have a woman?
No, it's Shaft.
What is that?
The song.
Oh my God.
I would figure you would definitely remember the theme from Shaft.
I didn't watch it.
No one knows him but his woman.
Well, you have to get a woman to make that statement.
No, the Isaac Hayes song.
Why?
Okay, it was just a joke. It didn't land. My bad.
I'm just saying why. You have to. Yeah, that would be true.
You don't remember the theme from Shaft?
All I know is Shaft was the bad mother. Shut
Yeah,
your mouth.
that song.
Well, that's the only thing I knew.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. There's a part of the song where, Isaac Hayes goes, "No one knows him but his woman."
Okay. You're
So
that type
when you
of
said
guy,
you
huh,
don't
Sam?
know me, it was you get it.
See, you got silent. You're that type of guy that believes that your woman knows you best.
No. No, I think that yeah, Sin says this is me being street. Oh,
You kind of have to be a little bit of this and a little bit of that to communicate with you
wow.
because I have a lot of street still that needs to be cleaned up, and God has a work to do on me. I'm telling you, He has a mighty long work to do on me. Hope He's finished soon. I hope I come out. I hope I come out fearfully and wonderfully. He said I was already fearfully and wonderfully made. I hope it's true because I don't
Oh, I'm
feel it.
sure it is.
I'm a good woman. I'm just my own woman, and nobody knows me but God.
Well, those are the best women, their own women.
Yeah, I'm in love with me. I'm very in love with me. Almost very, very my sisters call me, I'm not even gonna say that because I know they will tear me up. Stay with my sisters. But my sisters are very loving. I have a sister that's younger than I am, a year younger than I am, and we're almost twins. We're very identical. And she really has a lot to say about me, but it's all things good. She just has one thing that I don't agree with. And my older sisters, they're just Snoop sisters.
They're the what?
Snoop sisters. They just Snoop. They're older,
Oh,
way older than us. I have a sister that's like 71. My oldest sister is like 71. My dad would have been almost 100 if he was still living. My mom would have been 90, 90 something. My dad just had a birthday, March the 25th. He would have been almost 100. But both of my parents they're deceased. But they're in
I'm
a
sorry to hear
resting
that.
place. Yeah, they're in a resting place. I can't even cry or be mad or sad about my parents. They lived and they loved us so much. So I'm going to be forever loved. It doesn't matter what anybody will do to me in this life. I've been loved all my life. And now my big sister takes over my mom and my dad. And then I have a baby brother that's, oh my God, if I brought him on, he's like the he looks kind of like Tommy on Martin. My baby brother looks like Tommy, and he's a comedian, but he's very, very smart, and he was a champion boxer. Um, I have a very interesting family.
Imagine that, a smart boxer.
My God. Yeah, his hands are licensed. So, but he's getting up there too. He'll say he's like 29, but he's 50. He's only like 2 years behind me. But he's single and he's too flirty for me to ever bring him on my channel.
Well, wait, who would he flirt with?
Every woman that comes on. Every single woman that comes on, I guarantee you, he will flirt with them. And he's also, he got his culinary license to cook. So I come from a family of cooks. So when you get ready to see my cooking, it's going to be amazing. I can cook better than anybody that I know, anybody that I've seen on YouTube. But I've seen some
Whoa.
amazing people on.
That sounds like a challenge.
No, it doesn't challenge me because that's all I watch is cooking videos. The majority of the time I watch cooking videos, and I cook very well, and I learn from the cooking videos that I watch. But right now I'm just sitting back, just waiting. It is my time, but I'm patient because I know what I know. I'm very good at what I do. But Stanley and everyone that's still here, thank you for being here. Thank you, Stanley, for having me as your guest.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
I enjoyed you too. And I can't wait for tomorrow.
Okay, well, it'll be probably around 7 or 8, maybe earlier, but probably not.
Looking forward to that time
Okay,
together
yeah.
tomorrow.
As a
I'll
matter of
still
fact-
be celebrating my birthday, so I'll have my Don Julio Reposado.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's what I drink.
Yo, save some for tomorrow night.
I have a whole new bottle.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, all week. I'm celebrating all week long. Hope that I will be able to celebrate my birthday because I promised myself I was going to celebrate from Friday to Friday. So I'm on day.
Wow.
I'm almost there on Facebook. I have 7 days countdown. So I did Friday and Saturday, tomorrow, Sunday. And
Wow,
then my dinner is going to be Easter Sunday. So then that's when I'll go live probably. Hope you all will join me as I go live for the first time ever. And don't discourage me, please. Please don't discourage me because it's new. Just join, like, and subscribe to my channel. And just look forward to a great time.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna sign off myself because I better get to sleep because I gotta hit the road at some point in the morning.
Safe travels to you and many
Thank you.
prayers. God bless you, Stanley.
All right, you too.
All right, bye.
Bye. Let's see, what is this that yeah, I'm actually folks gonna be wrapping this up myself. What is this? Oh, this is The Office. All right, well, I've never actually watched The Office, neither the British version nor the American version. Never seemed like anything I'd be interested in. So folks, that is it for the night. If I do a show tomorrow, it'll be around 7 or 8, I imagine. So everyone, please make sure you hit the like button if you haven't on the way out. If you are new to the channel, and I don't know that there are any new people in here right now, but if you are, subscribe. And I'll support the show by supporting the host. I've got to say that. And then that's pretty much it. I don't know who's live, but people have been live for hours. So they're out there. Go find them and tell them I said, hey. See y'all later.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should
Clark.
own perhaps at least 1/2 of this asset.
Smart,
The
street
revenues
friendly.
generated because of the
Course
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
big
I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
in his head, fearing his shoes, library brave.
the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will.
Old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I